I guess we can go ahead.
Yeah.
He's not here. He went to ask Rachel.
Yeah, we can open it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would rise for the national anthem, excuse me, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, Vietnam.
All right. Well, good morning. On behalf of Commissioner Tail, Commissioner Candelaria, and myself, Commissioner Sukla, we are glad everybody's here today and everybody out there on TV land. The first thing on our agenda is the minutes from the past week. Commissioner Tail?
Yes, I've had an opportunity to review those minutes that came from Clerk Purcell. I'd like to move that the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners of Montezuma County for our June 2nd meeting be approved.
Second, there's been a motion and a second to approve the proceedings of the Board of Montezuma County Commissioners for June 2nd, 2020. The minutes, is there all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And then the second thing on our agenda, we're going to go to the planning, and I think is Dawn coming back?
Yes.
Okay.
He has put something in Dropbox.
Okay, so just give us a second, folks, and we'll get right on to our first public hearing.
There they are.
All right, we have a scheduled 9 o'clock public hearing, so Kim, could you do the roll call?
Commissioner Sukla,
Here?
Commissioner Attell,
Present.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Administrator Powers,
Here.
Attorney Baxter,
Tardy.
and Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination for a proposed two-lot minor subdivision application submitted by Terry and Barbara Moores on property located at 6700 Road 38, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 41.61 acres, more or less, located south of Road G, east of Road 38, situated in Section 11, Township 35 North, Range 14 West, NMPM. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 9th, 2020 at 9 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office, Room 270, Administrative Offices, Cortez, Colorado, or accessed online at http://montezuma-county.org, Web Departments Planning. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. The file can be inspected in the Planning Department during regular office hours. Dated this 26th day of May 2020, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 27th, 2020. And this is a public notice continued from 3/17/2017. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. So we'll go to our Planning and Zoning Director and Assistant Director, Don Haley. And Jane, do you have any additional information or some more insight on this?
No, basically, he's just dividing off the ag property from his residence. He's got two houses there on the south, and he's just to the point where he doesn't want to try and irrigate and maintain the ag land, so he's looking to sell that.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Meets all the parameters and looks like.
Meets, and the recommendation from the planning board.
Unanimous to recommend it for approval.
So the 30 plus is what he's gonna get rid of.
Is what
or
he's, right.
proposed to.
Correct.
move. Meets
And
all
that's all
the,
ag land.
meets all the criteria,
Yep.
so.
I would like to move.
gotta do
Oh,
the
excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Yeah.
At this time, no, but I think you're going to be,
Yeah.
you're right on spot. At this time, we'll open up to public comment. If anybody would like to comment on this proposed land use change, would you please come to the podium, state your name and address? Seeing none, we will close public comment and Commissioner Tell will proceed.
I would like to move that the two-lot minor subdivision application submitted by Terry and Barbara Moores on property located at 6700 Road 38, Mancos, Colorado, be approved.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the proposed two-lot minor subdivision application submitted by Terry and Barbara Moore on property located at 6700 Road 38, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 41.61 acres, more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will now close this public hearing. For those of you out in the audience, we have to, by law, we have to go by the time frame, so we just got to wait till 9:10. We like to go a lot faster, but our hands are tied, so just,
Well, we do have other items that we can do.
oh, well, why don't we go
Okay.
ahead and
We've
do
got-
that
Interim.
then?
We've got stuff at the bottom there we can take care of.
Okay, well,
I guess we'll just start there with the first one, the discussion on the refund request of the road impact fees from Perry and Dolores Sheets. When they contacted our office, we've had 2 or 3 emails and 3 or 4 conversations, and they never explained that they were replacing their existing house with a new house. It was stated that it was going to be a second house added to the property, so we charged them the accessory residence road impact fees. But then they were in the office on Monday last week, Monday or Tuesday, and then they finally showed us what they were doing at the old house. It's just a single wide trailer is being abandoned. And we actually have a letter from the water department that the water is being terminated, and that tap's going to be used for the new residents. So the original house will not be a residence.
and your recommendations are to refund the $1,000?
Right, just because they didn't explain, they stated it as a second residence as opposed to replacing the old house with a
Primary
new house.
residence. So they're removing it?
They're just gonna
Primary
use it
residence
as,
is moving?
as
They're
a
gonna be using it as
storage
storage.
trailer.
Oh,
They are disconnecting all the utilities, and
So
it's
it's a
just going to
garage.
be in an
Right.
abandoned house.
They've got a
They're
new,
going to be
new
stored.
septic permit already, engineered, and the application's paid for, so they're getting the new septic installed and the new residence added.
Any additional discussion, Commissioners?
Sounds like that's what we ought to do.
Yeah.
Do we need a motion on that? Do we need
Yes,
a
please.
motion to refund that money? Okay.
Yes, please.
so
I
then
would-
I would, go
Okay,
ahead.
go right ahead.
I would move that we
Jim.
refund the $1,000 road impact fee to Perry and Dolores Sheets.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to refund the $1,000 road impact fee to Perry and Dolores Sheets. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to sign a Mylar?
I will do a voucher for Phaedra.
We just got a minute, maybe we better go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we get some more time on the next one. How are things in the planning department? Are things picking up?
They're very busy.
Oh, yeah, everybody's been sitting home thinking and contemplating about what they might could do.
Yeah,
Cogitating a lot of stuff, huh?
yeah.
There must be several properties for sale because people are calling from all over looking at several different properties and what they can do with it, so. Which doesn't surprise me, people are wanting to get out of the cities and,
Exactly.
And we've got a full agenda this Thursday for P and Z.
Wow.
Good, good.
All right, it's 9:10 at this time. We have another public hearing. We'll go to our clerk and recorder, Ms. Purcell, to do the roll call.
Commissioner Sukla,
Here.
Commissioner Tell,
Present.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney Baxter. And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Montezuma County, notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for a review and determination of a proposed variance application and subdivision and rezoning application for an amendment to the Sun River two-lot minor subdivision, submitted by Crystal Investments LLC, agent Gene Reininger, did I say that right? On property located at 19384 Highway 145, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 18.47 acres, more or less, located south of Highway 145, situated in Section 5, Township 37 North, Range 14 West, NMPM. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 9th, 2020 at 9:10 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Department, Room 270, County Administrative Building, Cortez, Colorado, or accessed online at http://montezumacounty.org, Web Departments Planning. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. This file can be inspected in the Planning Department during regular office hours. Dated this 26th day of May, 2020. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 27th, 2020. And this is a continuation from 3/24/2020.
Thank you, Kim. The floor is yours, Mr. Haley.
Gene, can you come up? Gene Reiniger's the agent for Crystal Adventures.
Morning, Gene.
Good morning.
So basically, this is a lot up the Dolores River. They are looking to subdivide it. I think, Gene, was it just so everybody in the family can have or each of the partners can have their own lot?
I believe so, yes.
So as far as if they're gonna build, nobody knows. They don't have definite plans, but there's several variances that would need to go along with approving the subdivision and rezoning. I guess we can go through those. They do have a floodplain permit from James and Natural Resources that they got back in March, I believe it was. We got a copy yesterday that's added to their file. The one variance would be the 100-foot setback from the river. We don't have an exact distance because we don't know exactly where a structure may or may not be built, but it would be closer than 100 feet in order to meet the 50-foot setback from the front.
What is the distance from the yellow line, the property line, to the river? Because it looks extremely narrow there.
On the far west property line, it's 165 feet. There in the middle, it's about 140 feet, maybe 135 feet. I didn't measure it on the east side just because
It's a lot bigger.
our property, our assessor's map doesn't show the proposed line there, and so you actually, if you take the 230-foot envelope, you actually can fit the house in that building envelope area, also encompassing the river, but it does have that circle does fit in there, which is required by the land use code.
I got a question about that, and maybe John can answer this, or maybe you can, but I know on some county roads that the property line goes to the middle of the highway, that they pave for the middle of the highway. Is that the same circumstance for a state highway?
It's still a setback from the road right-of-way, not actually from their property line if it does extend.
So
to
they
the
don't
mid-
pay taxes to the middle of the highway?
Not in this case, no.
Their-
Just to the
Their
right-of-way
property
line.
line is basically the yellow highlighted line, which is, then it would become the right-of-way of.
Which should be the same
of
as
the
CDOT's road
state.
right-of-way.
CDOT's right-of-way, so they own up to the.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are
Basically,
instances
yeah.
where the property line does go under county roads and,
Both, yeah. Maybe not in this instance.
Not in this instance.
but,
Not in this one.
but even if your property line goes to the center of a county road, you still have to do your setback from the road right-of-way.
Yeah.
Correct.
And if you pay property taxes on the county road, that's not our department. Don't call us. But there's instances that the property does go under completely under a county road.
I have one question for Mr. Reiniger. I understand it's much simpler to build there on the highway side and between the highway and the river. You've got a lot more room on the other side of the river as far as setbacks and I would think septic structures, and you wouldn't be dallying with all these variances if they would look at building on the other side of the river. And I know that presents logistics for a bridge and whatever else to get across there. But when we start granting so many, I mean, when you start variancing your way into you can variance your way into a pit here if we
Right.
keep just variancing everything out of our land use code. Would the property owners consider looking at going on the other side of the river to do their building?
Well, it had been brought up. The problem with it is because of the bend in the river, that specific area, you can see it's very much low in the floodplain. And then it's a steep hill up to Haycamp Mesa. So the house would need, I mean, you're right, sir, in bringing up the bridge. The house would have to be very elevated on the other side.
Yeah.
And the fire mitigation would have to probably include the entire hillside, because it's thick spruce there, which would be a concern. So that's why we chose the highway side.
Where's the floodplain at, Don? Because I don't see the floodplain on this from,
It basically.
looking at it, it's gonna be pretty much within the floodplain anyway. Is that not correct?
It,
On,
it would be the northwest corner of that property is in the floodplain, and then it kind of, runs a line about with the northeast corner of the existing riverbank.
So part of that circle would not be in the floodplain, is that right?
yes, sir,
Right.
yes.
And I think with the floodplain elevation, they've determined that at like 7,000 point something feet with a minimum finished floor level at 7,001. They'd be a minimum of 1 foot above flood level.
And what we were looking at on where the building envelope is specifically, the base flood elevation, I don't remember the exact number, but it was somewhere around, let's say 7,001, like Don said. And we're very close on the land to being there within tenths of a foot. So we're almost out of the floodplain at that point. If we go to the other side of the river, we're several feet below the floodplain line, which
So-
creates its own set of problems.
Yeah, and you could elevate that. I get that to be,
Yes,
your
sir.
elevation could be built up where you could be out of that floodplain. Where would you have the possibility of putting a septic system in if you have to be, still maintain that 100-foot setback from that waterway?
The septic with the lay of the land, we wouldn't need to go towards the river. We could definitely go away from the river from where the house landed. The few sites that we are looking at are 75 to 85 feet to 90 feet away from the riverbank.
Out of
and-
the floodplain?
Well,
Has to be out of the floodplain.
Right, right. For the house site, and then speaking to the septic, looking at the lay of the land, the septic we could keep out of the 100-foot setback from the floodplain.
And the floodplain.
Yes,
In the
sir.
river and the floodplain.
Yes.
Okay, and then it's still, I mean, it still doesn't comply with the 10 acres
No,
up the river.
that's the other
So that's-
variance is.
So my question is it's 5 variances, correct? The lot
well,
size is 1,
There's
the
lot
front
size.
setback is 2, the back setback is 3,
Well, we don't know about a back setback. There's room for 50 feet to the building.
I thought it said 100 feet.
That's from the river. The
50 from
50-foot
the road
setback on
easement.
the front, we don't know. There is room to put a house and have a 50-foot setback.
And then the
So that's
building
4.
envelope is the 230 feet.
It does.
The oval.
It does fit.
This is an oval, but it shows.
The
on
oval is actual where they could build, not that, but there is room for a 230-foot circle, because the circle can encompass the river as well. It's just the 230-foot gives you a width versus length of a parcel, and you have your building site somewhere within that 230-foot circle. It doesn't mean that all 230 feet is buildable.
So that's the 3-to-1 ratio that they talk about. Is that
It
basically what
formulated from that.
So it's more like 2 or 3 variances?
It's 5.
There's 3.
3.
Okay.
You've got the lot size, you've got setback from the river, and you've got, well, he has the floodplain
So
permit.
this, if this variance is approved, it approves the subdivision without going to the planning commission?
No, it already,
You know,
it went through the planning commission.
because
And
it's
what
an
was the,
amendment.
And
what
as-
was the
as
recommendation
far
of the
as
planning
the-
commission?
The proposal, with the lot size, because everything south of there is all an existing subdivision, and none of the lots are as big as the 8.48 acres. So they didn't see that as crucial or critical, but everything was contingent on approval, based on the approval of the variances.
So this doesn't have to go back to planning then?
No,
Okay.
that was their conditions, is they
So the lot
recommend it for
sizes-
approval with,
Right. The
With
lot
the-
sizes below there were all pre-existing conditions prior to the land use code?
correct.
Okay.
It's, I don't remember the name of the subdivision, but it's one of the existing ones.
To
None
the
of them
southwest.
up the river meet
Yeah.
our land use code.
And then
They're
the
1 to 3
subdivision to the
acres.
north.
Correct, but they were all done prior to the land use code.
Right,
So that's why it's to us for the variances, so.
correct.
Gotcha.
All right, let's open it up to public comment if anybody would like to speak to this, and then we'll go back to the commissioners for discussion. If anybody would like to speak on this proposed variance issue on this proposed land, would you please come to the podium and state your name and address?
I'm not sure I'm,
Just state your name and address and then.
Richard Tibbetts, Dolores, Colorado. We own Sunnyside that borders this subdivision. And my concern, as a concerned citizen, is there's some twin 48s that go under the state highway. And the beavers on the one lot here have blocked it off over the years. And I brought it up to the state several times. And yesterday I found out they haven't got back to the property owner or anybody about possible drainage. Last year, when we had some snow, it went and flooded all the roads and all the property on the other side of the road because the twin 48s don't work. They're the beavers. We battled them for years, and the property owner over there finally said, just get the hell off my property. So we did. But now it's it's getting a bigger problem all the time because the beavers come back every year.
Mhm.
And that hasn't done anything to do with the variances, I'm sure. Or
Yeah. what-
it's going to take, at some point, they're going to have to do something there.
But that is state highway, those are state highway culverts in the
Yeah.
state highway right away?
Yeah, it's twin 48s.
Yeah.
And what it does is when it overflows everything else and it can't use the twin 48s, it goes down onto Leitenberger's property. There's a
Mhm.
low there, and that's where the water will go over, and that'll be another problem. So there wasn't enough water to
No,
fill
no.
any
but-
reservoir above there. Last year, they all
Last year,
overflowed. and came down.
Last year,
Can you point where you're talking about on this map?
Yeah.
I think it's right in here, Larry Don.
It's,
We've got a pointer,
so it must drain
Thank
these
you.
ponds right here? Is that what it's doing?
There's a well house here. And
Mhm.
the twin 48s are just about right here.
Mhm.
Okay.
Looks like it's about right here.
Oh, okay.
We once put a ditch just inside of this fence, and it helped, but beavers kept blocking that up. But the actual drainage is out over here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just kind of for everybody's safety, and it did flood all of our roadways going in last year.
Yeah.
So is your concern that with this proposal that would deny the access to fix the flood problem? Or what do you?
I think that's between the property owner and the state. The state, I was hopeful they would get back to him and talked to him yesterday, and they said, gee, we're running way slow and we haven't got anything done. So I thought I'd just show up and just throw it out. so somebody would know that.
Driveway that's being used now for the house in the northeast corner, then they don't have a problem with it. They won't grant another driveway.
So you would, so you have to
They would use a.
So
It
you
would
have
be
to
a frontage road.
cross the property to get onto the or the,
Yeah.
I realize it's all one property right now, but
To the proposed new lot, 8.5 acre lot. There'd be an easement from the 10 acre lot to the new proposed 8.5 acre lot that would carry ingress and egress across the 10
okay,
acre
and then
lot.
use the same access permit from CDOT.
Exactly,
So you
Okay.
not suggested a frontage road, which is the easement.
yes.
But we didn't address the drainage because this is
Yeah,
the first
yeah,
I
thank
heard
you,
it.
thank you, sir.
Not heard it.
Anybody else, would anybody else like to come and participate in the public comment on this proposal? All right, seeing none, we'll go back to the commissioners for discussion on the granting of the 3 variances. Any additional discussion, commissioners?
Looks
Here-
like a tough fit to me. It
Here
looks like
again,
a
it-
tough fit.
I would agree, it's a very tough fit, and it doesn't comply with anything prior to the land use code, which is my point, is if we need to change or update it, then we should update it and make it current for the setbacks. Again, I've said this more than one time. And/or if we're gonna change the acreage, then change the acreage, but let's go through the process and do it the right way. But just to grant these, we're gonna basically approve a subdivision with variances. And that has been
Actually,
my
that might be true
concern.
because he said it's already been approved as a subdivision. Is that correct?
No,
It's an amendment
It would
to
be
the
an
subdivision.
amendment to the subdivision. The other,
So it's already
right
a
now, it's
subdivision.
a 2-lot minor, so this is an amendment to the existing subdivision. But the other lot to the northeast there is a full 10 acres in itself.
correct. So one is and one isn't. It's the 8.48.
So that subdivision, when was that approved, Don? When was this subdivision approved? Do you recall?
Oh, no, it was some time ago. I could look it up real quick.
It would have had to have been after the land use code, right?
Not necessarily. It's
Because of the
10,
It was in the
it's,
mid-90s.
it's 10 and
Yes.
18 acres
It was
right
in the
now.
mid-90s.
There's another lot of that subdivision that's not shown, that's 10 acres in
To the-
itself.
Northeast,
Kind of up.
yeah, where it's not
Up
between the
there,
yellow
up
line
there
and the
where,
green.
where potential is
Uh-huh.
the other lot of the 2-lot minor currently.
It was a 2-lot minor, one lot being 18.5, the other one being just over 10.
Right.
Yeah.
And I believe it was created in the mid-90s. So it's
Yes.
been 25 years ago, basically.
Well, I would make some comments about this. So I guess I'll start with the word common sense. With our existing land use plan, to make this thing fit, we would put you in the floodplain because we would put you on the other side of the river. We would require you to put in a bridge that could, with a flood, could be carried down to the town of Dolores, if that's correct. It looks to me like, right now, with the variance that you're asking, it is out of the floodplain. So if we was to go by our current rules, then we would actually put an endangerment down below instead of by not doing the variance. My problem with, we should have the variant, or we should have our land use code changed, is not Mr. Jean's, Reineker's fault. It's our fault. We're the ones that should have the setback change. We're the ones that should have the setback from the river change. And I don't know why we would deny the variances when it's not his fault, it's our fault.
Well, and you're partially right there. We've granted that 100-foot setback from the river. We have varianced that a number of times. One that sticks in my mind is the Grant Smith building his deck on the river. So it's not like we haven't done this before. I mean,
I think that was really different, though. I mean, the idea of the variance is to protect, and Commissioner Sukla is exactly right. We're doing the opposite in this sense. With Mr. Smith's, it was, I don't know that we were accomplishing the same noble goals that we're talking about here.
I didn't know I brought in noble goals on this. I know he built his deck right on the river when he didn't do the 100-foot setback, and we let him do it.
Well, we didn't let him do it, actually.
We battled him, but we
right,
lost. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I feel like that's a different scenario.
But I agree, and I think the 100-foot setback on the river is crazy. You go anywhere, you go over by Pagosa, you go over South Fork. There's subdivision stuff built 5 feet from the river. I mean, everything, they're built right on the river. So I have questions about our 100-foot setback as well. I think that's not a legitimate and necessary requirement for our.
So what is the 100-foot setback for? What was the purpose of that? Because you can elevate it out of the floodplain. I understand that. You can add a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet of concrete to get it up and out. But what is?
I can answer that question.
Yeah.
So the history of that question is the commissioners before us, there was a proposal to do a golf course and a bunch of condominiums up at Stoner. And there was a concern about building such a big enterprise up there. So they came up with a way to stop the project by doing what they called TDRs, and that's transfer development rights. And they threw the 100-foot setback in there to squash, in my opinion, all development on the river. And so I think that that's the reason behind the 100-foot setback. Go to South Fork when you drive over Wolf Creek and tell me how close that the buildings are to the river. Go to Steamboat Springs and go along the river and tell me how close. Go to Telluride and tell me how close the buildings are on the San Miguel River. It's absolutely ludicrous. Your proposal is to put that septic tank, which is my drinking water down below, out of the floodplain, and I think that's a very good idea. Instead of going by our additional land use codes, our existing, and put it in the flood, or on the other side of the hill, and put a bridge that a 100-year-old flood could take down, it makes no sense whatsoever. This is where government has made the biggest mistake of their life, and they're trying to make you do something wrong, in my opinion.
So the floodplain is on the lower, so we're going to call it, I guess, the west side, which is the lower side of that property?
The bigger part of the floodplains, yeah,
On the
So
southwest.
it's
down
on
to
the
the
west
south,
side.
the south of the river there on the bend.
Right, so kind of the clear area
Mhm.
for lack of,
Where it looks like it may have flooded before that.
yeah.
Or it looks like the old stream
Where it
bed
did
might have
flood.
been in the past. Yeah.
Well, it was in a path or flooded at some point in time.
Yeah, there's parts of the river that the actual stream bed's changed 40 feet
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm sure.
over time, and
It's going to change.
it goes where it's gonna
again.
go.
It changes
It's going to change again.
My proposal is we do the variances until we get our act together and change our land use code to make common sense.
So you said it did go in front of the planning and zoning, and they then
They
gave it to us
voted to
for,
recommend it for approval
unanimously.
based on the variances being granted. They did not, they felt that with the existing subdivision where it's at, that it wasn't a stretch or out of line to approve the smaller than 10-acre lot. And then the variance come into play, which they don't review or have a say-so on, but they understood we did discuss them, and that those obviously would have to be approved in order to approve the subdividing.
What we have up the river is what they call spot zoning, because everywhere else in the county, it's 3 acres. Or, in Danny's case, even,
depending on, yeah.
or if it's the town site, 11, and a half an acre. So that when Commissioner Tell and I, when we took away the TDRs, we kept the 10 acres, I guess because that was one hell of a fight. I don't know how else to put it, but it is spot zoning, the 10 acres. That's exactly what it is, because.
Why don't we?
Go ahead.
I apologize. So here again, and I've asked this more than once. I've asked for a list of the things that need to be changed in the land use code. And I'm gonna ask it again, because I think this is the type of stuff that needs to be changed. It's not current with today or what you guys were dealing with back in the TDRs, which
No, you're right.
is,
Yeah.
you know, why wouldn't this comply with I don't know how big, I'm just to I guess to the south. But if we just continually approve things by variance, I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think the code should be changed, because again, I think it's too restrictive. And I've said that more than once.
Right, but to
So-
change the code, we have to have a specific thing you're changing it to.
Well, you're gonna
You-
change it, so you're gonna change the acreage. You have to go, I understand you have a process to go through, and so the proposal could be changed from 10 acres to 3 acres, or change 50 foot to 20 foot, the setbacks. I mean, there's a list, a laundry list, that could be changed, and it's not just up the river, it's within the entire
County.
county. So I think when we just start variance this, and this, I don't like it. I don't think it's right. I think it should be changed. It's clear for him when he comes in to say, this is gonna comply. It's basically black and white, I can go through and do it. This is not black and white, and if you go by the letter of the law, there's no way to approve this. That's just my opinion.
Right.
Right.
But
So-
the problem with changing the land use code is you can't encompass every scenario. You can't foresee
understand
anything
that.
and everything that'll, so you might, if you want to go to 8 acres up the river, if you want to go to 5, if you want to go to 1,
Why can't we just put it back out and make it current with the land use code for the rest of the county?
you guys can request whatever you want. All I'm saying is we need
Okay, I
a
have
specific-
requested more than one time to change the setbacks. I have yet to see that come.
We have to have a specific number.
I gave you a number.
You've given me 4 numbers.
I gave you 24 feet.
And I've had 20 feet
This is
and
interesting.
25, and I've
24,
had
24,
35.
Because,
Now
No,
on the
I like it. I like
because-
it.
Well, now on the
Because we were
acres, you just
talking-
went from 10 to 8 to 5 to 3.
that's what I'm saying. The
Whatever you
discussion
want
needs
to
to
do
be
is
had.
fine with me. I'm just saying I need a specific number from the
Okay, we've
commission.
asked for the laundry list. Do you have the laundry list?
It's changing. I can't
Okay.
give you a list of what you guys are thinking.
All right, I'm done.
Well,
This is-
I think it behooves the commissioners, and I sympathize with Don's position. We've talked in all kinds of different acreages and foot setbacks, but I don't think the commissioners have really said, Don, we need to start holding public hearings. And we want to do a 28-foot setback instead of the 50-foot. We want to change the land use code for the Dolores River portion that's in Montezuma County from 10 acres to 3 acres. I think we need to give him very specific, definite numbers and things for him to then take to the planning and zoning. Let the planning and zoning start mulling that, doing what they do with that, and then start having public hearings on it, because that's how you change it.
Correct.
So,
And I
so,
get that.
so I think that's what we need to do in order for them to be comfortable in what their charge is.
My
is to-
understanding of that process, and jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the commissioners do have to line out what they want to see
Yes.
and put it in a letter to the Planning and Zoning
Yes.
Commission.
Okay.
We have to have specifics.
Gotcha, I understand that, and
We can do
you,
that.
And it has to be in
I
a
was gonna say,
letter.
we can
We
come
could
up
do
with
that
some of
today.
those.
Yeah,
and
I-
we can
Which
then get
John
I
on
think,
board with it.
yeah, we
responsible for
picked 3 or
drafting.
4 items that are really a burr under everybody's saddle, and these variances that we've seen the most commonality of people coming to us with requesting variances for, and say, okay, let's attack those.
Well, the setback is
The
always there.
setback's always here. The acreage up the river is always with us, and so, I mean, I think we've got enough to put down 4 or 5 good items and send it to planning and zoning in a letter and start having some public hearings on it.
Letter on letterhead and signatures, please.
Yeah. Okay, I think to be
One
fair
other
to you, I
recomm-
think that's. you-
One other
you just-
recommendation I would have is the exact wording on the 230-foot building envelope is that the structure has to be within that circle. And I think that that's restrictive too to a lot of properties that have a big pond or a swampy area.
I think
I think
230
the
feet is too
230-foot
big.
circle is mandatory,
It's an acre.
but the building site can be outside of that circle.
So I think we're all in agreement.
If you're
that-
gonna-
that the commissioners are gonna come up with a letter, and we'll proceed
Yeah.
in that process.
And
But we
let-
need to get back to Mr. Rayner's.
Yes, we do. We need to get back to this and get on top. But yeah, but we're on board with that, and I think it's our responsibility to do the proper fashion to get those things
In
implemented.
fact, I think
so.
we could do it at the end of the day.
That's the reason
So-
why there's been a lull, is because we have not had
Since I
specific,
sent that thing
we
out,
have not
I
had,
suppose they were requesting it.
the letter, we have not had everything lined out for it.
But
Gotcha.
we'll put that on, as an addendum to our agenda at the end of the meeting today, or if there's a lull, and then
Well,
we'll
we
figure
can,
that.
yeah, we can look at them and then have
Yeah.
our
But back
discussion,
to
so.
this right here.
Back to this, you have any more discussion on
No,
this,
I'm-
Commissioner Candler? I'm
that's
gonna
kinda
move that the
different
variance application and subdivision rezoning application for Sun River two-lot minor subdivision submitted by Crystal Investments, agent Gene Reiniger on property located 19384 Highway 145 be approved.
Second. There's been a motion and a second to approve the variance request by, excuse me for 1 minute here, for a two-lot minor subdivision application by
Crystal Investments.
by Crystal Investments, agent Gene Reniger on property located at 19384 Highway 145, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 18.47 acres, more or less, located south of Highway 145. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 2-1.
Okay.
At this time, we will close this public hearing.
And we're
You have
moving.
caused a lot of debate. Thank you very much. So, very well said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be in touch with you.
We'll go right on to our 9:20 public hearing.
And,
Kim?
and I'd like to add
late.
one, Mr. Reiniger, I think Mr. Tibbetts brought up a very valid concern with this property and the drainage under CDOT, and I think that's something that the lot owners, the property owners there should stay on CDOT and get that rectified, that drainage problem with those beavers, that needs to be looked at.
I will have to do that.
Okay.
All right. We'll go to our third public hearing, our 9:20.
Commissioner Sukla,
Here.
Commissioner Attell,
Present.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Administrator Powers,
Here.
Attorney Baxter,
Here.
Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed two-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Joe and Rita Fowler on property located at 25198 Road T.5, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 7 acres more or less, located south of Road Road T.5, east of Road 25, situated in Section 14, Township 37 North, Range 16 West, N and PM. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 9th, 2020 at 9:20 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Department, Room 270, County Administrative Building, Cortez, Colorado, or accessed online at http://montezumacounty.org, Web Departments Planning. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. This file can be inspected in the Planning Department during regular office hours. Dated this 26th day of May, 2020, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 27th, 2020, and this has been postponed from April 7th, 2020.
Thank you, Kim. Floor is yours, Don.
Yeah,
Jane?
Joe Fowler's here, property owner. Come on up.
Joe, can you come on up? Good morning, Mr. Fowler.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the Fowlers are just basically, their current residence is on the 4 acres, and that's shown on the map, and they're looking to divide off the 3 acres to the west, and they're wanting to downsize and build a new house and then sell their existing house. Basically, yep, that's it.
Build a new house on the 3 acres and then sell your,
Yeah.
your existing home in the 4
The
acres
building
for
that is on the 3 acres right now is just a barn.
barn, yeah. Okay.
So it complies with everything, obviously, to this part
Yes,
of the
it
land
does.
use code. And the recommendation from the
It
planning
was
and zoning.
unanimous.
Unanimous to recommend it for approval with no
That
conditions.
makes it easy.
Yeah.
Any additional comment?
No, none from me.
At this time, we'll open up to public comment. If somebody would like to make a proposal on this application by Joe and Rita Fowler, would you please come up to the podium, state your name and address? Seeing none, we will close this and go back to the commissioners for a recommendation.
So I would move that we accept the proposed 2-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Joe and Rita Fowler on property located at 25198 Road T.5, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 7 acres more or less, located south of Road T.5 and east of Road 25.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the proposed 2-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Joe and Rita Fowler on property located at 25198 Road T.5, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 7 acres more or less, located south of Road T.5, east of Road 25. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Your grant is approved, and we will close this public hearing at this time.
Be in touch with you.
Okay, thank you very much. And also want to
Yep.
thank Dawn and Jane. They've totally helpful throughout. Really great.
That's the first
Thank you,
compliment
Joe.
they've had. We really appreciate that. Thank you. No, thank you. That's not the only one we've had.
Oh, dear.
Well, we need to get going here, so
Yeah.
we're-
Yeah, we're
Before
way
we
behind.
start
Oh,
this
go
next
ahead.
one, I'm going to recuse myself from this next
Uh-oh.
next application.
okay. All right. Kim, could you go ahead and start the roll call?
Okay. Commissioner Sukla,
Here.
Commissioner Tell is here but recluse, Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Administrator Powers,
Here.
Attorney Baxter,
Here.
and Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for a review and determination of a proposed single-lot development and rezoning application submitted by the Robbins Family Ranches LLC on property located at 9885 Road 43, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 127.42 acres, more or less, north of Highway 160, west of Road 43, situated in Section 27, Township 36 North, Range 13 West, NPM. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 9th, 2020, at 9:30 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Department, Room 270, County Administrative Building, Cortez, Colorado, or accessed online at http://montezumacounty.org, Web Departments Planning. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. This file can be inspected in the Planning Department during regular office hours, dated this 26th day of May 2020. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 27th, 2020, and this is a postponed hearing from April 7th, 2020.
Thank you, Mrs. Purcell. The floor is yours, Don.
All right, I have Mr. Yeomans here, property owner for, or him and his wife of Robin Family Ranches. They are looking to cut off the north section of their property for a house for their daughter and leave the remaining acreage, their residence and ag property. And the reason that it says 5 to 10 acres on the single lot development is the actual acreage is going to be surveyed around the building site after it's measured for all the setbacks. So they're going to locate the house with the setbacks to meet the land use code, and then Manus and Associates will survey around the property and determine the exact acreage. It's
All right.
just,
So it could be a number anywhere in there then, 5, 6,
right, it's gonna,
7,
it's gonna
8,
be way over 3 acres.
between 5 to 10.
Right.
Maybe 5 to 10, minimum 5.
All right.
Because it's kind of a weird shaped property, so,
Pretty thin on the northern.
yeah, the northern edge is,
But it's a corner, is
Yeah.
the reason we're doing it right there.
Right.
yeah, you don't want to take a chunk out of the middle
'cause
and
the
leave a little
corner-
triangle.
Create a flagpole.
And the planning commission voted unanimously to recommend it for approval with no conditions.
Any questions, Commissioner?
I'm good.
We'll open
So-
it up to public comment. If anybody would like to comment on this proposal, would you please come to the podium, state your name and address? Seeing none, we will close public comment and take it back to Commissioner Candelaria.
So then I would move that we accept the proposed single lot development and rezoning application submitted by the Robbins Family Ranches LLC on property located at 9885 Road 43, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 127.42 acres, more or less north of Highway 160.
Second, there's been a motion and a second to approve a proposed single lot development and rezoning application submitted by the Robinson Family Ranch LLC on property located at 9885 Road 43, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 127.42 acres, more or less, north of Highway 140, west of Road 43. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We will close this public hearing. There you go.
Go.
Thank you.
Start building.
With you, Don.
Ernie can get to
Hey,
work.
you're related to a pretty rough crowd.
Not me.
He did, yeah.
Boy, he didn't hesitate to disclaim that, did he?
Now, thanks, Don, I appreciate that, man.
Thank you, guys.
See ya.
Didn't take him long to throw you under.
No, 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 that bus is rolling all the time.
He got
All right,
back
look-
on his own side of the family fast, didn't he?
Let's go to our 9:40 public hearing.
Commissioner Suklet.
Here.
Commissioner Attell.
Present.
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney Baxter.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of an AR 10-34 rezoning request and subdivision application for a proposed single lot development on property owned by Edward S. Jankowski, 12383 Road 42, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 68 acres more or less, located east of Road 41.15 and north of Road 42, situated in Section 10, Township 36 North, Range 13 West, N and PM. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 9th, 2020, at 9:40 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Department, Room 270, County Administrative Building, Cortez, Colorado, or accessed online at http://montezumacounty.org, Web Departments Planning. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. This file can be inspected in the Planning Department during regular office hours. Dated this 26th day of May, 2020, Kim Purcell Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, May 27th, 2020, and this is a postponed hearing from April 7th, 2020.
Thank you, Mrs. Purcell. We'll go to Mr. Haley for an update on this proposal. Is
Yeah, Scott
Mr.
Jankowski is here.
All right.
You'll come
Could
up,
you come on
Scott.
up, Mr. Jankowski?
Is this the map you want?
Good morning, sir.
That
How are
map
you?
works.
Good morning. How are you?
So the Jankowskis have the 68 acres. They're just southeast of Jackson Lake, and they are looking to split off 30 acres or 33 acres on the north, more or less, with the 35 acres remaining on the south. Planning and zoning were unanimous in recommending it for approval, with the only condition is that the Jankowskis get a driveway access off of Road 42 for the south property. And a driveway permit was purchased in April. And I don't think the driveway's completed yet, but that's been discussed with Road and Bridge. There's a long straight stretch there that it can fit in.
Do you have anything to add to that, Mr. Jankowski?
No, we just are waiting to find a contractor and move forward, so.
All right. Commissioners, any discussion on this?
No, this is a pretty big lot.
I think the 230 feet will fit.
I think it can fit 230 feet.
I think so.
Although there's no requirement for that here. I have nothing, sir.
Okay. Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. If anybody would like to comment on this proposal on the property owned by Mr. Jankowski, would you please come to the podium, state your name and address? Seeing none, we will close that portion of the public hearing. We'll go back to the commissioners for additional discussion or a recommendation.
I would like to move that the AR 10 through 34 rezoning request and subdivision application for a single lot development on property owned by Edward S. Jankowski, located at 12383 Road 42, Mancos, consisting of 68 acres, be approved.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the AR 10-34 rezoning request and subdivision application for proposed single lot development on property owned by Edward Jankowski, located at 12383 Road 42, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 68 acres or less, located east of Road 41.15 and north of Road 42. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous decision. We will close this portion of close this public hearing, and thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right.
I'll be
Thanks,
right
Scott.
back.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We see you brought your boss. Okay, I think we have two additional items on the, for planning and zoning, and there's some Mylars need to be.
Correct. The first one is an exemption application from Jack and Teresa Tanner. You got a map there,
We
Shaq?
just need to sign these, right?
Yeah,
They, well, we got to vote on it first.
yeah, we have to vote on
I
it.
don't see
you
that in
already
my
had it ready to
packet.
go?
Give me a
No,
second.
this one we haven't reviewed yet.
Shaq gonna show us his boundary
Shaq.
line adjustment. We're gonna,
I thought I put him in there.
I'm looking now.
I might have to recuse
I
myself.
was going to say,
I'm gonna recuse myself
Did
from
I
this
not
one
put it
too.
in there?
Yeah. See if I- Since we're having to vote, I thought it was already done, but it's not.
didn't put it
Jankowski,
in
Morris,
there.
Robbins. All I've got is Fowler, Jankowski, Morris, Robbins, and Sun River.
Oh, I didn't put it in there. You want me to go put it in?
Tough shape, but
Yeah, go put it in if you want it on the screen.
get back to go with him, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, you're stuck.
Because it would be good.
I know.
Couldn't do it.
No,
Have to.
we'd have to get
So,
some.
Jane's gonna go load that in Dropbox. I guess it's not in there or it got deleted. Who
Well,
knows
while
that?
she does that, can we go to the other?
Yep.
Sure. Do you have that one,
Clifford and Donna Darlin.
the Darland?
Neither one of these are in
Oh,
here.
looks like COVID got them.
COVID got him.
So let's go ahead and do the Darland one.
All right.
So the situation was back in 2016, the mother of Donna and Rhonda Darland lives on the property at 6240 Road 24.2 south of town.
Mm-hmm.
It's in it's a major subdivision down there, and it's from back in the 70s. So the mother was sick. They came in and got a temporary variance that was approved by the commissioners in 2016 for them to move in a mobile home on the property while Rhonda Darland took care of her mom. The stipulation was that after the passing of the mother, that the trailer would be moved within 6 months, I believe it was stated. And unfortunately, she did pass this spring, but the Darlands have are requesting now that the temporary variance be amended to a permanent variance.
Jane, I need the Darlings too.
Okay.
Strike two.
So I don't know if this has ever been done before, but I've had some calls about this. How do we get our public, or I mean our planning and zoning board, input on this, even though it's a variance? I mean, can we just ask that they weigh into this?
You can.
Yeah, I think we can, and that's another reason why the variance has just come to us without any recommendations from the planning, which is.
Well, I think if you look at the picture, it's kind of self-explanatory.
I
There
haven't
is
seen
not
it.
a-
This one here, you
But
mean?
I haven't
or-
seen it, so I don't know.
She's gonna load it.
So,
So there's a 15-foot variance request from the property lines to the north and to the east,
of 24
of 24.2.
road,
It's down there by the.
so it goes south, the
by
road
the
that
port
turns and
entry.
goes south.
That subdivision, right?
Right.
So, which is a very unique subdivision in Montezuma County because you have commercial properties, the triad area, you have houses
Well,
there, you
it's
have.
further south of that, but one of the strangest thing is there's a mobile home park within the subdivision.
Yeah, it's a
And
very,
there's 20 trailers that are maybe 7 feet off the property line.
so
there-
that's what you're getting.
There's not a single house in there that meets a setback. Now, there is some issues from the property owner to the south, but this trailer meets the setback to the south property line of 50 feet. The mother's house that is now vacant actually doesn't, there you go, is closer to the south property line than the trailer that was moved in. There's a non-opposition letter from the property owner to the north and the property owner to the east across the street, and they're in non-opposition. They were non-opposition originally.
So
I'm kind of confused on I'm sorry, go ahead.
So you're saying that the mobile home currently sits there right now, but it was too close to the
The
To
road
the
right
property
away
line
and
at-
the north property line.
24.25. So there are three residents there,
Two.
or two?
Yeah, that's the second that was added, for them to take care of the mom. They're
Can
gonna
there-
keep the house, the mother's house vacant, just so when family comes, then they have a place to stay.
Is that, well, I guess it's been there since 2016 for
So it's been there for 4 years currently.
a temporary variance was granted.
I'm not sure why it was a temporary variance instead of just a variance originally.
If I
but-
remember correctly, I think the only reason they were staying there was to look after the mother, and that they didn't plan on making that a
Oh,
residence
A
when that was, I don't know if they planned on moving into mom's house and doing something with the trailer, but it sounds like things have changed from what they had originally planned, but.
no, and they may have thought it was a 6-month deal and it turned into a 4-year deal
Yeah,
too.
right, that's exactly, could be that too. It took a lot more time.
Are there two residents on any other lot in there? Two residences?
Well, there's a mobile home park that has 20-some trailers.
And that mobile home park is a
It's in the
lot in the
subdivision.
subdivision.
It's like a 47-lot subdivision
Wow.
with a trailer park in the middle.
Yeah.
That's how we roll in Montezuma County.
But
It's
that's
all
on a,
possible.
that's on a lot that's
all
designed for
possible.
mobile homes. This is different. So you guys granted the variance. I'm gonna have to ask you, what was your thought process back then? And I know it's been a couple of nights of sleep.
Can you
Well-
guys remember what it was? I don't remember when they came to us, what
I remember it.
Okay.
May of
Um,
2016.
Yeah, I remember it very well when they came in. For me, and I know because they're still sitting on a temporary variance, I would really like to have our planning and zoning board. It's not going to change anything right now, but to have their input on this particular situation. I remember those folks saying, I mean, because we went back and forth on this. I don't know if you remember Commissioner Tell about.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it. No.
About this variance, and
I think the reason we granted it is it was temporary, that they were doing this for a very specific set of circumstances, and I don't think they felt like it was going to be for that long of time. But obviously, it's gone on for 4 years, and now temporary has become, they're wanting temporary to become permanent. And that was not our intent at the time. The intent was to accommodate them so they had a place to stay in close proximity to the mother and take care of her during her final days and years.
Right.
And then it was to go away. It was my understanding that they weren't going to stay there. And
the only reason I asked that is because on this particular one, because of the background that you gave, is that that would give the opportunity for these homeowners. So can you explain on the two sides where the trailer is, they're saying there's no opposition?
Correct, to the north.
Is there any opposition at all on this proposed variance?
the south.
The guy to the south, they've been in dispute over whose property looks worse than the other. That's the only thing I've been told. I didn't ask more questions than that. And since the setback to the south meets the land use code, then there's really not a requirement for a non-opposition letter there because the variance does not affect that direction.
So does it comply with the land use code as far as 2 residents on a single lot?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It does? So it's got 2 specific septic systems, or they could be joined, I guess?
So it meets all other requirements other than the setbacks on the east and north.
Yes.
Because there's another, if you look southwest of the trailer park, there's another lot there that has
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it has two.
a few.
So, you know,
And their
and
outbuildings are right on the boundary line.
Well, yeah, straight west, they probably aren't compliant because it's a maximum of 12% of building versus acreage, but it's
Well-
been there and I'm not gonna bug them.
I think it would be good to send it back to the planning commission and let them bring us, we can
Absolutely.
ask for that.
The way the planning commission is set up is that they're an advisory board. You can ask them for advice on any particular issue. So today you can deny this, you can grant it, you can require non-opposition letters if you want and consider those. You don't have to if you don't want to. You can just say, planning, we want your input on it, and directly ask them for their advice.
Dropbox, non-opposition.
well, I don't know now. I changed my mind a lot apparently because I don't know if,
We do have the non-opposition letter, both from 2016 and from last week.
Well, this was a decision you two made, so I'm going to let you guys.
oh, yeah.
Well, I guess
The
one thing I
2016
would say is if there wasn't a temporary variance, if it was just something that they were proposing, what's the difference?
The non-opposition letter, though, probably shouldn't be considered from 2016 because that's a
No, we have
non-opposition
one.
to a
We have both
temporary
of them.
variance.
We
Okay.
have, we have,
We have
one
non-opposition
from
letters from last week.
2 weeks
Okay.
ago,
From the north and the south.
north and east.
But
Okay,
there
let
are
me,
There's not one
But there
from
are
the
a lot
south
of
because there's
people
not,
that have joined
they
that.
meet the setback on the south.
so I'm going to ask the planning department, do you have a recommendation on this variance?
I would recommend, based on the whole subdivision, since there's not another residence, including the main house on that existing property that meets the 50-foot setback, that it's in line. It's been there for 4 years.
So I have a question there. You guys gave them a temporary variance for 6 months, is that correct?
No.
I thought
I don't think, we
It's-
didn't put a date.
It's a temporary variance
It didn't
until
have
the
a date
mother
on it.
passed.
Okay, so it
And then,
was just
then there was 6 months
after.
to move the trailer.
And she just passed not too long ago.
Gotcha. Okay, so All right, I am gonna,
No,
I'm gonna stay out of it.
just joking.
No, it wasn't a 6-month temporary.
No, it was for, till the mother passed,
Yeah.
and she lived for 4 years.
But anyway, I don't see how it doesn't fit within the rest of the subdivision. When you see what's there, and if you look at 20 mobile homes within the same subdivision that
On the same lot, yeah.
are 7 feet away, versus 15 feet away. It's an old subdivision. I don't know that anybody expects us to meet the land use code now with everything that exists. And no, I wouldn't recommend changing the land use code to 15 feet. But I don't see
How come
a
it
big
wasn't set
issue
to
with
the land
this.
use code at that time? It could have met the 50 feet.
There wasn't a land use code at
This
the
was,
time.
this was done.
This was in the
30
70s.
Yeah, this was done in
I thought the
77.
trailer was put there in this 2016.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
it
but the
was.
lot
Yeah.
I understand that, but the trailer still could have been moved over 50 feet.
If you'd have taken out the buildings.
Mhm.
How big is the lot? I mean, there's no
It's just
dimensions
under
there.
an acre.
I don't know,
I don't know, you could have done a lot of things.
I think,
I can't speculate there.
I think we should, I'm for with the recommendations of the planning department on how to move forward.
Doesn't change the nature of the neighborhood. Doesn't present a lot of conflicts with what's already there and existing, so.
I guess the only other thing I might add that I don't want to pursue, but if you look to the property on the south, their buildings, rock wall and fence and stuff
Going to the right of
go
way.
into the subdivision right away there to the south.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
If you didn't want to pursue it, maybe you shouldn't have brought it up in a public meeting.
I'm not pursuing it from here.
Okay.
So I mean, where do you start and where do you stop? You've got too many buildings covering your property, you're in the easement, your setback's a little close.
I move that we approve the variance amendment submitted by Clifford and Donna Darland
Garland?
on property located at 6240 Road 27.2, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 1 acre more or less located south of Road F.4.
I'm gonna second that, but I'm gonna make it 24.2, not 27.2.
Oh, that's where I live. Okay. I would like to amend that motion and make it 24 point.
That's an honest mistake there.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'll just abstain, because this was, that's
Okay.
up to you guys.
There's been a motion and a second to approve this variance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Variance,
We have one abstention, Ms. Purcell.
with one abstention with Commissioner Candelaria.
He wasn't a relative or anything, was he?
It surprises me he's related to everybody else, but,
Oh, wow, this was, I was not part of that discussion. I just let you guys
all right,
take
well,
care of it.
then, I guess we have
Then you have to do this.
Well, hang on, we got
one more,
one
right?
more.
Okay.
Yep.
You got
This
Tanner's.
would be for,
So this is a exemption resolution for the Tanners.
And I
Out on
will
Road-
abstain from this.
Road U, is it? I believe.
Boy, we're
Yeah.
getting this.
Road U. So they, on their property, the irrigation canal cuts off, there you go. Cuts off their, what's shown there is tract B to the south. 10.89 acres. And so they would like to have an exemption resolution to separate that from the other 39 acres that they have to the north of the canal. And since that's a government entity that divided that off, then it doesn't have to go through the subdivision process.
Any discussion, commissioners? Oh, Commissioner?
No, it's divided. There's a
definitely.
There's a dividing line that goes through there right now.
Yeah.
They got a moat?
So I would move that we accept, let's see, the boundary line adjustment submitted
No,
by Jack and,
this is the exemption.
oh, I'm sorry, the exemption. For the Mylar exemption for the boundary line adjustment. Submitted by Jack and Teresa Tanner.
Well, it's a two-part equation here. We're just doing the exemption first, then we've got the boundary line
Okay.
adjustment.
So the exemption, then. Sorry.
Second, so there's been a motion and a second to approve the exemption for the Mylard for Jack and Teresa Tanner on property located at 2951 Road U, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 54.8 acres or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So now
One
we need the
abstain.
boundary line
And
adjustment.
now, yeah, the boundary line adjustment is for the property on the north, and they would like to adjust that boundary line with
Garrett Ridge.
Garrett Ridge Rentals, and that's the 8.32 acres that's shown as Tract C. That property would go to Garrett Ridge Rentals, which was Muscanelli's cabinet shop property. And then the Tanners would retain the 30.91 shown as Tract A from that boundary line adjustment.
So Muscanel is just moving the property line over to the,
To increase his
Right.
pasture land.
by 8.32.
He's been irrigating it and taking care of it anyway, so now they're just making it official.
So they'll add 8.32 to their,
Right, that'll be
Property
adjoined to their existing
to the west.
property on the west. So it will not be a separate parcel, it will be
No, it's just
adjoined.
combined, it's just making it larger.
Correct.
Okay, so let me see. So I would move that we approve the boundary line adjustment submitted by Jack and Teresa Tanner on a property located at 20951 Road U, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 54.80 acres more or less, located north of Road U, west of 21.
Second, there's been a motion and a second to approve the boundary line adjustments. This is submitted by Jack and Terry Tanner on property located at 2951 Road U, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 54.8 acres more or less, located north of Road U, west of Road 21. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Somehow. Now you get a
Related
sign.
again?
I'm done for the day.
Okay, now we need signatures.
Okay.
What time is your lunch today, Chef?
We're not.
Just the chairman?
I got another
He
meeting
just
at
gets
2,
that
so
one.
you guys don't get lunch. You're just gonna have to work on.
Oh, I guess you just stole your pen.
Yeah.
I'll hurry.
And do I sign
Why, what are you asking? Are we going too late?
No.
Wait, after.
I guess you won't sign anyway.
Well, here's how it
You
works.
can go sit down.
Hotel covered for
Did
me,
you abstain from Peter's?
and then I went, and I do think
Puff, puff, Sandy, you're screwing up the
That's
rest.
not a that's not a plat, and only the chair signs it. But you gotta sign both of these.
Did you get
He,
that reference?
he recused himself, so he
that
he got shut
but
down out of the
instead
loop.
C went, and then Ertel covered for me. And I didn't know Candelaria went right before Ertel. We did screw it all up, but if what Jim is saying is correct, it's Shaq's turn.
You sound like an attorney.
Oh,
Let's start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start. You got my pup-up class
you
reference,
have to
so,
sign that too.
Yeah,
Cheech and Chong.
You don't sign this.
Certification.
You just sign
it took
that.
me a second, but yes, I did get
Oh, he
it.
does?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. This is an exemption, sorry.
yeah, you have to sign that too.
Now I'm confusing myself. You're the middleman.
So Larry Don has to sign.
One more, Larry, Don, on the exemption.
I use this, or does it not?
No,
Here doesn't.
Okay, all right.
that pen's,
Yeah.
Pin special, did you get that?
no, that one, the ink's.
No, but I crocheted it.
I want you to have to keep scribbling. I'm not
We'll get out of here in time.
It's all on you.
Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at the way he stacks these things at 12 feet.
She started in 2017.
We're gonna make it.
We're doing fine.
Just
already
cry a
an hour and
river,
a half
Jim.
late.
Hey, I am not an hour and a half
All the
late
talk
to
about
9:40.
bridge building, maybe you could build a bridge and get over it.
I am.
That's so good.
But I think I'm late because of a lot of the things that you were talking about.
Look at me.
Yeah. I think Candelaria played big and why we're
So
way
do I.
behind.
Hey, for you all's reading pleasure, I sent you the comprehensive land use plan that BOCC had a working group back in the 90s that has their reasoning and justification for
Oh, yeah.
why the setbacks are what they are.
Do I get one of those? Mr. Romney? I bet I probably have one, actually.
However, I think maybe you should be well versed in why they said,
Mm-hmm.
it should be.
Yeah, why
But
they.
we know why they did it, because of that golf course up there. It was a golf
Well,
course.
that one has to.
Yeah, Christy Brinkley was gonna buy the Stoner Ranch, put a great big dadgum development up there, and
Have a read
everybody
this.
panicked. They all went nuts.
I can tell you what, this commission wants to live as close to Crystal Brinkley as possible, so.
Wanna have property to the
We're
trees.
going to keep it simple on the first public hearings back.
Justify it for water quality, why they think.
Yeah.
But obviously, anything can be changed to change the, rather than having a setback, you can build a pump.
Mm-hmm.
There's all kinds of things that you can do to mitigate.
See, and that's what I think. I don't,
Yeah.
the setback requirement, anyway.
I just didn't want you to go in blind without what they already have.
Yeah, why they,
put a lot of time into it.
why they made sure they did.
Let's do it
So-
after we.
It's just gotta be the,
So we're all done unless you have questions.
No, thank you very much.
No, we'll have-
Keep after it and keep the citizens
All right.
satisfied. And
I'll send you an email on just the wording on the 230-foot circle buildable area on the land use code.
okay,
Because I think that's a little too restrictive when you have big ponds or swampy areas.
most building envelopes are only like 120 feet, correct?
Well, see,
I mean,
this,
they're small,
this-
but that's
this-
called a building envelope.
the way it's worded is it's a 230-foot circle has to fit somewhere on the property, but then it adds it will include the building site. To me, you should have the 230-foot circle so that you don't have a bunch of long, narrow strips, because they did away with the 3-to-1 ratio,
Why a circle? Why aren't we using an octagon?
because we're not cage fighting.
Shaq.
We have a
Not with that
second line,
attitude.
so we get- yeah.
Farther behind now.
That's
Yeah.
why you're not in
You're
planning.
right.
So that way you keep the width, you keep a 230-foot circle's basically an acre. So it gives you a place to build and it gives you a septic area. But you may have 230-foot circle is the pond and up in the triangle is the high dry area where you could put the house and a septic system. And the letter of the law,
So
the
you'll
land
have a
use code
recommendation
says
of
the
the
house
size.
has to be in the circle.
In the circle.
Where I think you have to have the circle and then you build on your lot somewhere.
Well, Mr. Haley, what we're going to try to do, we're going to go through the rest of our agenda items, and then right before the public comment, right after the county commission report, we're going to come up with the items, and maybe you guys could participate with us for the letter that we
Okay.
need to give them, right?
Yep.
So
Correct.
you're going to tell us what to put in the, no. We'll tell you what we
Right.
recommend, and then we can.
Then we'll
forward
take the
on
letter to the commission, the planning
Right.
commission, and then they have 30 days to respond.
Okay.
Go.
So
All
it
right,
sounds
thanks.
to me like during the rest of this meeting, if you could go ahead and draft the letter to yourself, that would be great.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. At this time, we have public comment. If anybody would like to comment to the commissioners on any item, please come to the podium, state your name and address.
I gotta remember how to use my clock.
It didn't show. I'm disappointed.
Hey, Rob,
I did.
Southwest is doing the paving on County Road N, isn't it? Four Corners, I'm sorry, Four Corners, gotcha. That's right, I don't know where I got that.
Hello, Mr. Mays.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Morning,
Good
Kim.
morning.
Thank you for the opportunity again with public comment. I enjoyed your conversation with your public hearings. It's always interesting to see what you have to go through. like the good common sense that you guys use. My reason for being here for public comment is with the Montezuma County Republican Party, GOP. I've been asked to bring a request up to you folks. Would the commissioners be willing to allow a forum for the commissioner candidates to be held in the commissioner chambers now before the primary ends? And what we're looking at would be next Monday, June 15th, Monday evening. So just a request. Jedediah Coe with Mesa Media has said that everything is here easy for him to set up, and so that was part of that request. What are your thoughts?
I think we just, we did that earlier in April, or, I don't know, whenever.
Yeah, right, way
It's been a long time ago.
I
for
thought
all
we
of
did
the-
that for city council.
For the candidates, so I mean, it's a public room. I think anybody could utilize it for.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure everybody was.
Commissioner Tell?
I don't know that have we ever had a political request of a singular political party to do a forum in here before?
I can't-
We
I
did it for
can't-
the city council.
But
Yeah,
that's
this year.
nonpartisan, is what you're saying? Is
Yeah,
that what you're saying?
nonpartisan, yeah. I can't oppose that. I mean, I can't oppose
I think
the
it could
public.
be
It's a
used
public
for
room, it's a
any-
public, public facility.
Anybody, just like at the fairgrounds,
Sure.
if it's open, yeah, we offer
Yeah,
it
offer it
to
to
everybody.
anybody.
This is the people's house. They own this room.
Yeah, they do.
Anybody could use it. So,
Well,
as long
if
as Shaq
everything-
has the schedule
I'm
cleared.
checking the
Okay.
schedule right now.
So if
I'm pretty
everything
sure
checks
nobody's
out
booked it, but-
through Shaq, I'll just kind of wait to hear from you then.
Okay.
I'm
You may
pretty
know
sure
right
it's
now.
available. Nobody's booked anything the last couple of months.
Yeah, it's been kind
Yeah,
of,
pretty dead.
bookings are down,
If
yeah.
it's not available, then I'll let you know, but I'm almost 100% sure it's available.
Okay, and this would be at 6 o'clock in the evening, and we'll put it on the GOP website, probably try to do some other announcements so people will know.
And when is it, when again are you requesting? What?
For Monday, the 15th. at
Okay,
6
next
o'clock.
Monday.
Yep, and it would be then streamed through Mesa Media, Facebook.
Well, that's good to see, because this election is different than any election I've seen because of the current situation with the
Well,
COVID-19.
And our YouTube channel too, then, can we?
Okay.
It is
Can we
available.
also put it on our YouTube channel, so it would be on
Wonderful.
two
More,
different things?
more opportunity for people to see. And there is a forum this evening.
You're in here
at,
Monday?
Through the 912 group, and that's going to be.
Fair Board's in here Monday.
Well, would there be enough room for the Fair Board to use the planning room?
Sure, the Fair Board could use the planning room.
Is that, you think that's okay?
Thanks. All right, thank you, gentlemen, everyone.
Thank you, Alan, for, both Allens.
Yeah.
Anybody else, public comment? Hi, Danny.
Hey, right on. Danny Wilka, 11728 Highway 491. I just thought you guys' discussion about the Dolores River and the Dolores River plan was good. Just a little bit of history on that is that 100-foot setback from the river. That was kind of, from everything that I knew from at that time and after that, that was kind of just an arbitrary number that they came up with when they came up with the Dolores River plan. And one other thing is that, you know, and even dealing with septic systems, you know, there is the 100-foot, I think by state standard where you have to, or state statute, you have to be 100 feet off of the Dolores River with the septic system, I believe. But also the river really runs underneath of the whole river valley. Anywhere you want to take and dig a test hole within a short amount of time, that hole will pretty well take and fill up to the same water level within reason of what the river is. And that's why all the septic systems up there have to be engineered, and a lot of them are little small systems with a mini treatment facility, and then the leach field is actually built up for that part of it. And the other part of it, on the Dolores River plan, that started in 2000 is when they started looking at that because of the development up around Stoner, and then it was, I think, put into effect December of 2003 is when that went into effect and stuff, so, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to make a comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Thank you, people, for giving comment. And we'll go to liquor license renewal for Eagle Claw. Ms. Frizzell. Frizzell.
Jerry Frizzell.
How are you doing, Jerry?
Good, how are you guys?
Good.
Good.
So my name is Jerry. I'm from the Montezuma County Clerk and Recorders with a liquor renewal for Eagle Claw Trading Post and Liquor Store located at 4321 South US 160, Cortez, Colorado 81321. And I've got the letter from the sheriffs, then there's no bad report on them.
No issues.
No issues.
Commissioners, any discussion?
None
It's
by
been
me.
checked out and it complies with everything, then
Yeah.
I think it's good to go. So I'd move that we
Yeah.
approve the Eagle Claw Trading Post and Liquor Store liquor license renewal of fermented malt beverage located at 4321 South US Highway 16491.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the liquor license renewal for fermented malt beverage for Eagle Claw Trading Post located at 4321 South US 160 Cortez, Colorado for the year of 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then we have, next on the agenda, let's see.
I have
I guess there's nothing
application.
that we have to sign it.
There's the second page.
I think it's on the
Oh, I apologize. Okay. We have one more. Go ahead, Jerry.
I have an application for a special events permit for Montezuma County Fair Board to be held on 7/24/2020 from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. at the Montezuma Fairgrounds.
You have anything to add to that, Alan?
Is this for your
is
concert?
the same
In
as
anticipation of
what
having
we
a
did
concert?
last year.
Yeah.
Commissioners?
All of the
The only thing I'm missing is you guys' letter.
I have it, but it assumes that they do approve it. We got to wait till after the vote.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
So this is all concurrent with the way it was last year.
Yep.
So, let's see, so I would also move that we approve the Montezuma County Fair Board, a application for a special events permit located at 30100 US Highway 160, Cortez, Colorado.
Second.
Motion is second to approve a special events liquor license request from the Montezuma County Fair Board for located at 30100 US Highway 160, Cortez, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
So this
Um,
letter then goes with this to Alan, right?
Correct.
Okay.
One copy to her and one to Alan.
What is this?
Well, you can keep that for your guys' copy. One of them goes to Alan.
Give that one to one of them goes to Alan.
Okay, here's both of them. Alan, could you do a favor and come up here, though, to the podium? Got a couple of questions to ask you.
Thank you.
So, it's our understanding that CSU is, they're not going to be, is this understanding correct? Is the CSU going to be participating in the fair with the 4-H?
I know I just got an email from Greg. They're having a meeting right now. I guess they're gonna discuss it with Shaq this afternoon.
I have a meeting with them at 2. They're getting whatever their direction is from CSU right now.
So I don't know what CSU is directing them to do.
Well, if CSU directs them to do something else, we can just protest the erosion of agriculture.
This is the reason that I'm asking this question. So we have 2 employees that work for CSU, but they are our employees.
County employee, right?
And if CSU, if they come back at 2 o'clock or whenever this meeting, and they say, no, we're not going to be participating in the fair, we're not going to be doing 4-H, and they're going to be doing everything virtual like they have been doing in the past, I have a suggestion, and I wanted to ask you, or maybe you could have this in your meeting, this discussion as well, on Monday, but we were paying 2 employees almost $100,000 if CSU is not going to do anything for this year, to do nothing. And I say we change that, and what we do is, if the recommendation is for the CSU not to do anything, that we come up with a plan, we get our advisory, our CSU advisory board together, and our fair board, and we figure out who's going to give direction to those two employees with Shaq's help, of course, but we make sure our employees are doing something because,
Well, and I would think we still have the fair. If CSU says no, that just means we can't use the 4-H Clover and the CSU stuff.
right, but I agree, but still, so what I'm saying is those two employees, especially Andrea, I don't know what her time frame or how much time she spends every day working on 4-H and the fair, or the 4-H actually.
Right.
But if she's not doing that, then we're paying something. You see what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with this conversation? So we need to take her for 1 year, in my opinion. If CSU is not going to do anything, then let's put her under the leadership of either the 4-H or our advisory board or SHAC based on recommendations from the 4-H board and the advisory board. And let's keep moving forward, because just because CSU doesn't want to do anything
Yeah.
doesn't mean the Montezuma County doesn't.
No, I don't want that to be the
They're-
death knell of our county fair.
They're
Just be-
working now, though, aren't they? Or
They are working. In fact, they just did the tag-ins last week, right? I mean, they're moving forward like they're going to
So
have a fair.
CSU participated, did that, the tagging. Okay.
Yeah, so they're,
Superintendents were there. I mean, it was a joint effort with everybody going forward with it.
Yeah, everybody's still moving forward,
And we're
hoping to
still
have a
moving
fair.
forward. It's
Yeah.
just with their, whatever CSU tells them, I guess at the meetings today, from what was handed down last week from the governor, is what they're following.
And what's handed down from the governor is likely to change at 12:30 when he speaks today, and likely to
it's
change
gonna
again next week.
change. I mean, 7/24 is
I
when
know
we're
she
looking
does
at.
I mean, a lot of the 4-H stuff, has been on Skype. You know, they're doing a lot of that stuff still. So, I mean, they're doing stuff. It's not.
But are they physically in the building, Shaq?
Yes, they're over there.
Okay.
Are they?
All right.
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
thought we only have one employee now. I thought we
Well,
lost the other one.
I think Mr. Hooton, didn't he retire? Has Mr. Hooton, June was to be his retirement month.
We have two. What's the other? I can't remember her name.
Kathy Harris,
Kathy
Yeah.
Harris. And Andrew.
Oh, that are ours.
Yeah.
they're ours, and then Tom
Tom
and Greg
It's
are
CSU,
extensions.
20% of their salary. But I just want to make sure, and maybe everything's going fine, but I just want to make sure. I've been watching some of these other counties, and CSU's taken a very, I don't know. I guess the way that I look at it, the way that I would say it is, I see a lot of government agencies or government or boards that are doing nothing and getting paid for it, while the rest of us have to work for a living. So if they're not going to go do anything, then let's move forward and we'll do something. That's what I'm getting at. And if CSU is not going to participate, then why would we follow any of their policies?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, if they're bowing out and saying that
If
we're
they're
not gonna
bowing
have
out-
anything to do with it, then I think behooves us to take it on, and we'll
I don't
go with the
think
fair
Greg
board
has
and-
said that, though. At the last time he met with us, he said they were moving forward,
Yeah.
or my understanding, and they're planning on an actual fair, but if something came in the mix and it kicked it back, then they could actually have a plan B to go
Okay,
virtual
all
if
right.
they had to. But
Yeah.
the plan in my mind is everybody's moving forward, just like
Yeah,
we're gonna have a
moving
regular
forward,
fair.
You know, I mean, it's gonna be a little different look, probably.
Sure.
Depending on what our restrictions are, you know, on how things are gonna go. The Fair Board did vote at their last meeting, they do not wanna go with a virtual show for the animals.
Good.
You know,
Good.
I mean, we've got a couple different plans that we can fall back on if we need to make sure we have a live show.
But that's the difference between CSU and the Fair Board.
Yes.
The Fair Board can move forward with that.
Yeah.
The Fair Board
Yeah.
can move forward with your guys' direction. You know, those guys can't with, you know, they have to make what CSU.
Correct. So I guess,
There's a division right there.
I guess that division, everybody's moving forward in the same direction right now. If that division changes, it doesn't change where you're headed right now, as of right now,
No.
today.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
we're moving forward like we would normally be right now.
and I understand that, and I agree with that. But again, what I'm saying is we have these two employees that work for CSU. So if CSU gives them different marching orders than what our Fair Board
Mm-hmm.
has, then that's where I'm saying that we're going to have this conflict. to where we need to step in because those employees work for us.
Yeah,
They do not
and
work.
I think that
too.
just means
Yeah.
that we don't use 4-H banners, we don't use any of the CSU stuff, and we just do our thing.
Okay.
We just do it without any of the CSU symbolism.
Okay.
So that we keep their name out of it.
Well, and while you're having a meeting with Greg, tell him that our advisory board has not met in the required quarterly meetings and that we would like him to set it up and have a meeting.
I know he's reached out to them.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right. All right. You're doing a good job, Alan. You and the Fair Board. Thanks. Let's go on to emergency management update. Jim Spratlin. Sorry, Commissioner Candelaria was talking so much, Jim.
Took up part of your time, Jim.
You have 3 minutes.
Good morning,
Good
Commissioner.
morning.
Kim? Good morning. Jack and,
Good morning.
Mr. John. I'll make it really quick. Normal operations. We're actually getting to the, is this on? It's on now.
Yeah.
I'll make it really quick. Our emergency support functions are, we've got up to 18 of them, and of course, we're only utilizing about 15 of them. And this coming next week, I'm going to decommission, deactivate, demobilize, whatever you want to call it, some of those emergency support functions. They're working normal. We're not going to utilize them, so we're going to start downsizing our emergency ops center, virtual. So we're moving ahead with that. Last 7 days, community testing at the fairgrounds went really well. June 3rd. We did it from about 8 to 3. Of course, we had setup and everything. It's about 11 hours. We had 20 agencies that participated in it. We had 76 personnel, 348 tests, no negative comments from the media. They were all positive, mainly on how professional, how friendly everybody was to them. So it worked out really well. We distributing needed supplies. We just got our supplies in when I was speaking last week. And so all those came in from the state. I got another order I'm going to put in today, hopefully, just to kind of get ready for any kind of issues that might occur later in the fall. We did identify a system. We put a system together for our special needs population. And it's a form. We have JOT form now. All the special needs people can fill this out so that we have a way to communicate with them, take care of them on any kind of an emergency, whether it be flooding, fire, whatever we need. So that's out and running right now.
Jim,
Yes, sir.
didn't the county ask our health department, didn't they want, they didn't want to say they were, what did they call it? But they wanted their PPE, they wanted to have a supply of PPEs that you thought you were going to be able to supply them from the state?
Yes,
For
yes.
them to have on
And the
hand.
healthcare and the
Yeah.
assisted living?
Right.
Yes.
Well, no, I think for their running their, when they get their dentist program up and going, that they're going to be using a lot of shields and face
Correct.
masks and that sort of stuff. And
Correct.
wanted to be sure out of some of this stuff that you're getting from the state that they're well looked after
Yep.
or something of that
Yep, we're
sort.
supplying them out of that cash, and then I have another cache. Well, I hope another cache. I'll put in for it, we'll see what happens, but yeah, hopefully that comes through. We're still long-term recovery efforts, especially with the businesses. We are beginning the stages with the DOLA reimbursements for the government entities right now, so that should be working out pretty well, hopefully. We're still assisting again in the recovery. We did get 20 thermometers that you guys approved, and that went out to the business district. So I'm going to let the chamber decide on who gets what on that one. Continued, we're compiling a lot of data, usable formats, data systems. That's working really well. We're continuing in the contact tracing when needed. No more individuals are being housed at the non-congregant shelter, so that's good news. And we've developed a new incident support plan for the next 7 days, starting tomorrow, starting this morning.
Can I ask about the hotel or the motel? Do they need it back? I mean, are they using it, portions of it?
They're using it, but not necessarily. And we've got that renewed with the state for reimbursement purposes until July 8th, I think is what the email said. So we're good to go a little bit longer in case we need it, and she's fine with it, so.
Well, they are fine, because they're only getting paid if we use it, right?
Correct. Correct.
But they've got all of our people in one area and they've got the rest of the hotel open.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
pretty well
okay.
separated, so
Okay,
it's
I didn't
really
realize
good.
that.
Yeah.
That didn't make sense if I owned a hotel or motel,
I hear you.
and I tied the whole thing up without being able to make revenue.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
So ongoing, all the functions are pretty well normal. 2 significant fires this week. June 3rd, we had one South Madison, that was intentional. And then one on South Highway 4300 block, 491 out there. About 3 miles south of the old M&M. And that was, it's undetermined how that one started. But we had both of them pretty much exactly at the same time. On Wednesday, when we were trying to do the testing over there.
Really?
With the fire guys, yeah. So we were able to improvise, adapt, and overcome, but Murphy hit us that day, so they had a lot of fires going on around there. Talked about DMOB, and this report's in front of you. It's yours to read if you got any questions. We have housed about 10 people at that housing unit, and the estimated cost is about $4,900. But the county is paying $2,250 out of that. The rest of it is grant money or someone else is paying for it. So it worked out really well. The cases that we have now, confirmed cases, positive, went up today, 1 of 59.
Go back, Shaq, go back. This Colorado infection report is incorrect. It says currently there are 63 of 64 counties who have declared a state of emergency.
Yeah, that changed. It
Yeah,
should be
because
62.
there's some counties that I know of that have never declared a state of emergency.
Right.
And then we
Rescinded ours.
rescinded ours.
We rescinded ours,
So
correct. I need to alter
That needs
that
to be
then.
changed.
Okay.
Okay.
Why is Dolores County not in our safety considerations there?
They're 0 for 0.
Don't like showing zeros.
I didn't stick them in there, but yeah, they're 0 for 0.
Yeah,
And
good for them.
yeah. And then our,
Because it sounds better, Commissioner.
right, and I could put them in there.
Well, I tell you, this board is really about positive information as much as
correct.
possible. And,
Good.
I mean, to bring that up, I think there's going to be how many that was tested, that tested positive out at the fairgrounds? Do you have that number here?
I believe it was
11. So my
11.
question is how many of them were sick? How many of those 11 that tested positive are sick?
yeah,
How
I
many of them
don't,
went to the hospital? How many of them are at the doctor under care because they're sick?
right, yeah, don't have that.
Because, see, that's very positive to say that, because I can
Right.
tell you what the answer is. None of them are sick.
Because they drove up to
They tested positive, none of them are in the hospital, but what it does is it makes it sound worse, so we can scare the hell out of people. I would like to have the information, because if, I tell you what, when you want to know if somebody drives up, man, I'm sicker than a dog, but we're not getting that. Well, you tested positive. You know, I'd like to know if they're sick. Just because you test positive doesn't mean you're sick.
Because I think it's been said in a certain population of our nation and county that there are a lot of people that may have the virus and are totally asymptomatic. They may be walking around and not even know they've got it, and may never know that they've had it or got it.
Well, and then they just came out saying that it's extremely rare for asymptomatic to pass on the virus.
I think the biggest thing is, is there anybody hospitalized?
There's one in ICU. There's one person in ICU is what I was told yesterday.
Yeah, and I was waiting for that
I have
answer, and
no
I didn't
idea.
get anything back. I think last week we were at 0.
Right.
Because
And,
that's the real.
That's the real
that's the real
litmus
deal.
test, yeah.
We can all get sick and go home and sit there
For a couple of days and feel punk and rotten and then get up and go, yeah. But
Well, that's what this all started about, why the shutdown was, is they said, bend the curve. Well, I mean, when did the curve start and when does this curve end? And,
The curve is still going on. It hasn't ended. And it will continue to go on
It's-
until there's a vaccine. So
No,
That-
no, it will never end.
Right.
This is kind of like weeds. You can spray, you can say you're going to eradicate weeds. You are not going to eradicate weeds. I don't care how many times. You might be able to control them, but you're not going to get rid of all the weeds, and you're not going to get rid of all of coronavirus.
The line continues.
Exactly.
Just because it's not up here, it's down here, but that line continues.
So at some point, we got to realize that it will never stop, and we have to just start living our lives.
Correct.
We got to start hugging and shaking each other's hand again, and not listening to these idiots that think that we're going to live this way the rest of our life, because it's ridiculous.
I think they're doing that right now, pretty much in hordes and everywhere across the nation.
I agree. Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. No, and this is the, whatever they called it, the new normal, but I'm ready for it because I'm moving ahead. And I'm glad you guys are too. It's good to see public hearings and back to what I think is a new normal. So good job on that. Estimated cost of supplies that we've received from logistics. I'm not going to say this, well, it is the state of Colorado, but it's the logistical side of it. And I thought yesterday I mentioned 60,000 plus, but I added up everything this time, $116,000 worth of PPE that we received. So that's good. That's good news. Overall cost, and the good news, actually, there is good news. The safety concerns around us, surrounding counties, those stats are going down. The deaths, the amount of cases, and some of them is hovering, even in Utah over here, San Juan County. So that's good news. I'm seeing that curve kind of coming down. If we ever get statistics and spreadsheets, maybe we can come up with some of these curve lines and show you some of that stuff. But I've got the guys working on that. Total cost for us so far, we still have various invoices out there that's coming in, but right now we're probably running at $157,426 estimated that we paid. And again, that's the loans and the testing unit and then PPE, some of the laptops. So we're good there.
Shack back up. I don't think Mesa Verde opened in March, did they? I think it was in.
Was it just
end of
May?
May.
Is that a mistake?
It says Mesa Verde opened on March 24th. I think that was right at the beginning. I think we got the wrong month there.
May.
They closed in March.
Yeah.
That's correct.
They went to 35.
I'll change that to May. Thank you. All right. And the Chamber of Commerce, the surveys that we have out is 55 now. So
Good.
Because I went from 30.
30-something, and I checked it last night, and it was at 55.
Good.
So we're getting there on the surveys. So thanks.
Any questions for Emergency Manager?
No.
Thank you, Jim.
sir.
We're good. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very IT, Mr. McLean, Jim McLean. How are you, Jim?
I'll keep it brief. This is to piggyback off what you guys were just saying. You guys know I was trying to put together a free concert, and I got it all put together.
All right.
I got sheriffs.
The COVID-19 rock and roll.
That's what I'm calling it, COVID-19 rock and roll escape.
Good.
The sheriff's gonna supply some law enforcement to make sure people kind of mind their P's and Q's.
Mm-hmm.
Already worked it out with Justin.
Nice.
Already got everything lined out, I think. I'm waiting to hear from Doug at Eagle Sound to see if he'll supply. See if he'll supply the sound. If not, I'll do it myself. I just don't wanna. But, you know, to do it. This is kind of my way or our way of trying to just get people back to normal as much as possible.
Great.
So it'll be fun.
Great. Yeah.
So-
Now you can do this all day. Is this an all-day event or?
No, just 5
PM.
5 to 10,
Oh,
5
5,
to
okay.
11.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Just depends. If everything goes good, my band actually might jump back up at 10 and play again. We'll just see how it goes.
I love it.
Who's
Yeah,
your
good.
band?
So, yeah, it'll be fun.
Who's your
Who's
band?
your band? He doesn't know.
Flashback.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He's
Flashback.
from he's back from the 60s and 70s. I know where he's
Alright.
coming from.
Okay.
You guys know Marilyn Croker
Yes.
from Memphis? She's in my band.
Mhm.
So we do, that adds a real nice flavor to it.
Yeah.
We have, you know, there's 6 of us and we have fun with it.
Good
So
bunch.
it's a variety of stuff. We're not
4th of
locked
July.
into one thing. 4th of July. Because we don't know what's going on with the fireworks yet. Nobody's, I don't think they've made
They,
it.
they better have a decision tonight, because I'm gonna tell you what, they better make a decision, and they better do it quick, and they better know where they're gonna come up with some money.
So we're gonna
And
give them
they're-
so we're gonna give them an alternative.
They are meeting by Zoom tonight. I'd get.
It
they'd
is
get
by
that
Zoom, huh?
information prior to the meeting, so.
I don't know when they're gonna start meeting.
It
man.
doesn't make any sense why the city council won't meet.
Those guys need to get together and start knowing each other. They need to start learning about each other, that council, that new council. They need,
They're meeting by Zoom tonight. I
tell
did
you
get
what,
that
that's
information.
right.
it's not good stuff.
No, that's not
It's
good.
good stuff.
How do you govern like that? It doesn't make
Just-
sense.
It's no good. It's
No.
no good.
Well, why
well,
would they not
there-
have the fireworks? I mean, you've
Well-
got a huge park.
Well, I think number one, the gathering of 4,000 or 5,000 people, although, and I know these demonstrations and the protesters are doing it, but I'm gonna tell you right now, the biggest hiccup right now for me is, we and the fire department didn't feel like we could send out letters to the businesses in this community asking them for donations to buy fireworks for the 4th of July, not knowing even if we were gonna have it, but I'd hate to go ask a business that's been closed for 2.5 months to donate money to me to blow off fireworks. So number one, so if we do it, somebody's gotta come up with about $8,000 to finish out our costs in doing the fireworks. That's if they'll let us gather in the park and do the stuff in the park, so.
Well, can't the city council come up with that? I mean, it's a city firework.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you what, buddy, I tried to beg, borrow, and steal to get them just to pay my insurance, and I finally got them the last year to cover 80% of my insurance policy. They didn't cover it all, but they covered 80% of it, so.
Well, I would think that they could come up with the 8,000 easy, and I'll give
Well-
you the reasons why. They just built, what was it, a $7 million rec center? It's not open. They just we have the only 50-meter pool, outdoor pool on the western slope.
Closed.
Closed, not open. Nobody's there. All of our playgrounds got the ugliest damn
Parks are
orange
all
piece of
roped
crap.
off.
Fence roped around them so that all those ducks can get caught in them and die. I mean, they are absolutely doing nothing. So if the city council is, what they are showing us, we don't need the city. What does the people need the city for if they're not gonna do anything? I mean, they can't even meet in person, for God's sake. So
So
they
that'll
should
be
come
a
up with,
question that we can ask, or I'll ask it.
Ask
I'll
it.
be
I
at
mean,
the
my
Zoom meeting
gosh.
Tonight.
and then our schools, what are they gonna do with that? We spent $42 million to build a new school, and then they're coming up with all these rules where our kids can't go to the $42 million
School,
school.
I'm gonna do virtual
I
education.
think RE1 sent out a letter this week saying that they will have classes.
Yeah.
Well,
Did they?
good.
Well,
And we built, what did we pay for the city council building? 4 or $5 million? And they're not even going in it and meeting? What a waste of taxpayer money.
This is why
So-
people like myself are taking it into our own hands and
There you go.
creating our own
Exactly.
events because we're tired of waiting for things to happen.
Well, I'd like to chime in on the firework conversation, if I may, Chairman.
What's that?
I'd like to chime in on the firework conversation,
Go
if
ahead.
I may. Several years back, CDPHE made a decision to ban electronics and tires from landfills. And I submitted my comments at that time saying, when you ask people to pay for the recycling, which is nobody wants the finished product, it's going to cost people more than is practical, and there's going to be illegal dumping. And instead of potentially contaminating our groundwater from landfills in 10,000 years, you will contaminate our surface water every time it rains because people will start illegally dumping these things. And I'd be happy to show anybody who questions that exactly where that stuff is dumped all over the county in our waterways right now. And my concern is when you tell 26,000 people there will be no fireworks on the 4th of July, you're still going to have fireworks on the 4th of July. It just won't be in a well-watered park.
You're right about that.
It might be in a drought-infested forest in BLM.
Yep.
Yeah, let's not give Jim any more to do.
I think they'll probably, or we can ask the question if they're gonna have them tonight, and maybe they'll discuss it. Might be on their agenda, I haven't looked at it.
Well, this will still be in addition to.
Yeah,
We're still gonna do it, so.
You'll be able to see the fireworks from there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Anything else, Jim?
Just a couple of things on the IT side. Landfill, all the tower, everything's done. We went out Friday and ran our portion of the wiring to it. I'm just waiting to hear back. They're supposed to send somebody over this week to do the final hookup, and then I should have that all fired up, I would say, by next week.
Good, good.
What else has happened? I mean, I've updated most of this stuff. We've successfully moved over to Farmers Internet off of the city network. As you guys know, it went off pretty smooth. I mean, I didn't really have any major issues, none that I didn't cause on my own, but I fixed that by Saturday morning. So that went smooth. And Farmers, there was some little issues, but as you know, they brought in fiber, their own fiber, to Annex 1, Annex 3, and here. That's where you probably saw them out there.
Saw 'em out there
Circle Z
boring.
out there boring and stuff. So what that's gonna do is reduce what it's costing us even more. Because the idea is just to bring the cost of what we were paying down significantly, so this will help. Because they won't have to pay that mileage fee to the city.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're still using city fiber, we're just not using their services.
Yeah.
So, and
Good.
that's pretty much about it. I mean, I kind of told you guys last time, it's just been crazy for the last 3 months, so we're finally able to catch a little breath.
Yeah, you were very busy with all of the virtual meetings and stuff. Commissioners, any additional requests or asks of our IT?
No, I have none. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jim, and thank
Yeah,
you for
thank
putting
you.
on that band.
Thank your
It's gonna-
staff and all of you for all you guys have kept up with. How's the electric car working?
Good.
Sweet.
Another one.
Okay.
Shane Higman. Come on up, Shane. We're going to talk about the county.
Fuel bill
Yeah,
is worth buying another one.
there you go.
Because
Well,
we're driving 2 expeditions to get like, I don't know, 2 miles to the gallon.
yeah, yeah.
We're working on it.
Yeah, Shane says we're working on it.
All right, we have our
That's
county
nice to know.
vehicle maintenance, Shane Higman, that runs our fleet. How are you doing?
Good, how are you guys?
Good.
Okay.
I missed you guys last month, I didn't really have much to talk about, we're just maintaining and staying where we're at, but, I do need to talk about, if we're gonna be buying any more vehicles this year, we need to get on the ball and do it, because they're backed up. The stuff that we ordered this spring is probably not even gonna be here till maybe August.
Wow.
So, the Ford F-150s, I guess we did get a call that they'll be here in 3 or 4 weeks, so that'll be, mid-July.
That was mostly sheriff's department, wasn't it,
Yeah,
Shane?
3 sheriff's pickups.
Yeah.
We ordered one for, maintenance, the maintenance department, and it's got a VIN number made, but that's as far as they've got, so.
Yeah.
It could probably still be a couple months before we get that, and we ordered one for, that would come out of the road department budget for the shop, and it's still in July
Yeah.
before it even builds.
Wow.
When did we order those? Like in February or 1st of February?
Everything went off, they started building vents. and
Yeah,
things like
exactly.
that
They
instead
shut
of-
down,
Right, yeah, they
started
shut
building
down.
face masks and all kinds of stuff,
So, I added everything up where we've been at, and you guys set it, aside, we're at 300,000 to buy vehicles, and we're at roughly like 24,000. So we could comfortably stay under that 300,000 with purchasing 2 more. So, I would like to get one for the health department, and I would still need to work on the one for the assessors, but I think I've come up with kind of a different plan there, but I need
Do you?
to buy the assessor to
Yeah.
figure that out before I bring it.
And what kind of vehicle would you be considering for the health department?
So, I'll just give you the plan and then I'll talk to Leslie, but what I would like to do is, Rob's pickup at the road department is what they were wanting. They were wanting a 1/2-ton 4-door short bed pickup for doing their stuff.
For the health department or for the assessor?
For the assessors.
Okay.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, he.
That's
had-
okay, that's,
health
we'll
department,
go,
but-
we'll get to it.
The assessors needs the 4-door wanted a 4-door pickup, and they put around 5,000 miles a year on their vehicles, which if you bought them a brand new one, it would
It's
never
not-
mileage
not-
out
no.
by the end. Rob at the road department puts around 20,000 miles a year on his pickup, and so it's a 2016, it'll mileage out in 4 years. So
Yeah.
what I was trying to do is get them Rob's pickup, and it'll still be at 150,000 miles in 14 years, which could mileage out over there at the assessor, and get Rob a new pickup would be the plan, but I need to get there.
then the health department, they have a expedition that they use for their dental clinics and stuff like that, that they have to run. They have to haul a bunch of supplies in to get it over there. I would like to see if we could eliminate 2 of their vehicles and just get one. If we got them a little bit bigger vehicle that they could use to kind of dual purpose. Because
Where do they take the supplies?
when, I don't even, I really
That's when
don't
they
know
moved
what
their,
they.
that was their.
I think
she
it's
told
the
us
school.
something, Like,
Yeah.
school, dental, or
Something like that.
something like that.
Could they use
have
that WIC van to
That's
haul some of that
exactly what I was
stuff? I mean, they've got a van.
I really don't know
that sits in
how-
the that WIC van, I see it parked more than I see it driven.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good advertising for the WIC program, but as far as putting miles on that van, man, it sits a bunch.
Yeah, and I need to get in a meeting with the health department to
Yeah.
figure out, because I would like to figure out how we could condense some of their stuff, because a lot of their stuff doesn't give very many miles. So if you could dual purpose some things, you
Get-
might be able to drop a
And
few more
maybe even
vehicles.
three-purpose some things, yeah.
And
Yeah,
we,
so if you could use the WIC van to haul the
Dental
supplies,
stuff.
dental stuff, then
I also thought that we told them they could use this vehicle down here because we never use it.
The Suburban.
The Suburban.
That Suburban down
Is
here.
that,
Okay.
is that large enough?
it should be, yeah, they use
If it's
an
that
expedition
so
right
that's
now.
It's the same
Suburban.
size.
So I'm trying to figure out how they can drop, because that is one on the list that has 173,000 miles on it, and
Time to go.
it just needs to go
get out of
away.
here.
Time
So,
to go.
and then,
buy another gas guzzler.
Well, we already have a vehicle here.
Yeah.
If they can use it, or they can have it.
we figure out what they can use, and we gave them 2 of the electric cars already, the health department.
Yeah, so that-
They are utilizing them. They're getting miles anyway on the mileage reports.
Get rid of those gas guzzlers. and
Yeah.
Get,
So, but I do need to have a meeting with them to figure out exactly what, but I just needed to know if we could move forward with purchasing, or at least getting bids on a couple of more vehicles.
Well, I think your plan with the assessor sounds like a good deal for Rob's truck to go to them and him get another, I mean, that sounds like a.
I'm trying to utilize that, and the whole point in having everything together is to be able to shift these vehicles around and get them mileaged out before have their years out.
Yeah, for their
And we've
years
kind of been doing that. I shifted, well, the sheriff's department turned in 3 of their old units. We shifted one, IT has it, and got rid of one that lost an oil pump on theirs. And, the other one will go to the assessor's office temporarily until we can figure them out a
I
plan.
think the whole purpose was to get rid of I don't want to say that. Get rid of the non-economical vehicles and replace them with newer,
It's a very slow
more
process.
economical.
But we have weeded out a lot of those big expeditions. They're the ones that are
That were the
going away,
real.
that are the
Well, I wouldn't be
non-economic.
opposed to the suggestion you're talking about for the assessor, but I am opposed to buying something like for the health department when they got that WIC van, we've
Yeah.
got this deal down here.
So maybe we may just be able to eliminate, I didn't realize that they could use this one here, so.
Yeah.
And we will be dropping a vehicle.
This one doesn't get enough mileage on it.
Yeah, and I
to-
think we openly stated that they could, if
Okay.
they needed to use it, they can use it anytime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't think we're using it, this year.
Well,
Well, the way I look at it, it's the health department. The more they walk, the healthier they get. That's what I.
That's probably all of us. But yeah, I would like to purchase 2 more. We can fit 2 more in this $300,000 budget that we had.
You
So.
pick the ones that you think are appropriate to do and stay within your budget and.
So I'll do a little research over the next month, and I'll probably be bringing.
So maybe it'd be another department that you're gonna
some
bring us
bids.
instead of the health department.
We still need to replace, there's still a vehicle,
That's those-
because we were gonna eliminate,
What he's trying to get rid of.
we were gonna eliminate 2, the Expedition and that, by getting them that other vehicle. They still need that other one replaced. It's a 2016, it's got 144,000 miles on it, so it's right at
Would
that
would
15
another
year.
electric car work for them in that instance, Shane?
The reason, they say that the reason this one has the most vehicles is the one they drive throughout the winter that's an all-wheel drive. It's an all-wheel drive Escape is what it is. It's a smaller SUV, gets decent fuel mileage, and if we could just replace that one with another smaller SUV that gets 25 or 30 miles to the gallon,
We're just
they will
gonna
be
have to
using it.
take your recommendations. Once you
Yeah.
get with that department,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll get with them, and my biggest goal is to eliminate 2 of theirs and get it down to
One
one vehicle.
Okay.
So, but I will still be wanting to purchase one for the health department, and then if this deal will work out with getting one for Rob and then getting that pickup over to the assessor. That's what they wanted, and I think it'll be fine, but.
All right, any additional questions? Thank you, Mr.
We're
Hagan,
good.
appreciate
Your
it.
yard
Thank-
looks good out there, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Buildings and Ground Maintenance, Mike Schnard. How are you doing, Mike?
Good, good. How you guys?
Morning, Mike.
Morning.
Morning.
Okay, I'll give you guys some updates. Annex 1, the plumbing issue we had on the remodel with the state inspector, that was taken care of. I don't know what that was all about, but,
Oh, we do. We were up there having a tour when we, when we got told what it was all about.
oh, really?
Yeah, a guy didn't pull a permit to do the plumbing on that.
Well, he
remodel.
did. I requested him to pull a permit,
Well,
but he wasn't
He
a
wasn't licensed.
master
What it-
plumber,
Yeah, something,
right?
yeah.
What it said on the,
Okay.
And an inspector said that the county was been getting away with all this BS for 13 years, and he was tired of it, so he started picking on us.
Ooh.
That's what he said.
Mike, how many plumbing jobs has the county done in the last 13 years?
And how many of them have failed?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
Well,
This
since
is
you've
done?
taken over, how many plumbing remodels have been done?
well, we did this building here. We're doing
And how's it
annex-
working?
Huh?
How's it working?
What do you mean?
Is it okay?
Is there any I think he's being sarcastic to
Yeah,
the
I think
inspector.
he's trying to get this inspector to go.
I think you should go on, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
well,
you should
anyway,
disregard-
the inspector was a real pain, and
Yeah.
it set them back quite a bit. They're polishing the concrete right now. The dishwasher's being delivered as I speak, so they're waiting on that to get the plumbing done. So they'll get rolling on that pretty good.
Good.
All the doors, new doors are installed. The stucco on the west side's been completed. We got that completed. The dental is about done. We're waiting on 4 doors. The doors that came were damaged, so they had to send them back. And we're doing new carpet as the employees are moving. I mean, they're moving employees from one spot to another, so we go in and we paint it, recarpet it, then when they move the other one out to another place, we do the same thing. So that's getting done. You know, get that done
Now,
now.
that's in the health department?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Fairgrounds. What are we doing on that remodel?
We got a mess. We have got a mess.
So how come, on that issue, we've all read that email, how in the world did we get the bid without it showing the materials?
All it showed was labor.
Huh? But in part of that, we had already paid for the appliances, is that right?
Well, we got some of the appliances, all the refrigerators, stoves, and all that's there, all we're waiting on. It would be like
So it's
the stainless steel shelves and stuff like that.
So the way I read this, first of all, this bid form is not filled out correctly.
I
So-
don't know. I never saw the
When
bid.
you, or when
Yeah,
this was
right.
open,
Right.
so just like Commissioner Tell and I went over a bid on another project, so you use it per line item quantity and then you put a bid price. So some of these were purchased by the county, but then they also have to be installed. So there's a cost associated with
Install,
the
right.
install.
Mhm.
So that should have been a line item, so the bid price would have been X,
Yeah.
not L.
Not labor, not just labor.
So if we decided we want to take out items 1 through 10, we don't know what the cost is associated with it. So that's the whole purpose of a bid form, and as it states, to include all material, labor, and equipment. So this was just labor, so there should have been a cost associated with that bid price.
Mhm.
There isn't. So I think Commissioner Ortell, when he read it, he just read the total at the bottom.
Mhm.
But the total, the way I understand it, is that was just for labor.
Right. I don't understand.
So it
Justin and I
wasn't a
talked
total
about that.
bid cost. He was reading the bottom page of the total instead of the total of the entire project. So therefore, we don't know what any of these costs associated with on page 1 through 11, and page 2, or I'm sorry, it would be page 8, but page 2 of the bid form, almost
How
over
long have we had
60%.
this bid form?
It just wasn't filled out right.
Well, you guys approved the bid, was it 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, but we approved the bid not knowing about
Yeah,
the
we're
60.
right, not.
Right, it didn't include the
bid would have been
equipment.
approved for the total amount, I think you said 56,000,
Mhm.
or whatever that, 56,971.
So the bids, you wanted
The
to
bid
know how
form
long
is-
we
the
had the
bid form
form.
is-
They came in that Friday, and the architect, who did the architect meet with? You and Justin, or just you?
It was
Me,
reviewed.
I met her in here, yes.
No, but what I'm
On
asking
that
is
Monday.
how long have we had that bid form?
Since the bid date?
No, when was the bid form created? Has Montezuma County always had that form?
No.
No, this was one of the ones that we created for the project that go.
And now that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Because it's kind of like a real estate deal. A real estate deal is 26 pages for a realtor to do it. Or you can go down and get a quick claim deed, is 1 page. Same transaction, same exact results of that. Simplicity is genius. So we just did this $200,000 deal and didn't have that bid form. I'm blaming the bid form. I think the bid form, because you and I in 7 years have never had this kind of screw up where it was, we think it's 56,000 and it ends up being more than twice as much.
Yeah, 150.
Right.
So maybe we need to look at our bid form because, and maybe that's why nobody's bidding. I mean, before we all had all these people bidding because we had it so simple, and now we put so damn much regulation and BS in it.
This is very simple. This is a very simple line item. It's one, and you put the unit number and the price. It's extremely simple. When John and I
Apparently
looked at
not. They
this-
didn't do it right. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get why in 7 years that we've did all these projects, we have never ran into this type of
We just
problem.
ran into it when we started the roofing project this year. That was the first type, or the first time for me, I can't speak for in the past with you gentlemen, that we ran into a problem with what happened. So we said, okay, we have a problem, let's change it, let's redefine it, which we did. That's what started this whole
But our
process.
problem hasn't went away. We need to keep working on it because the problems, we still have it.
Has anybody, Mike, have you had a chance to talk to this gentleman with I think it's Town and Country?
No, I haven't.
You haven't talked to
I
him
haven't
to
talked
see
to him at all.
why he did that,
No.
did that way? When it asks there, and I'm gonna have to at least stand up, if you read that introductory paragraph, it sits there and says, labor, materials, it tells you point blank what's to go into that bid, and for some reason, this gentleman didn't understand it, but he didn't do it correctly. He didn't do it
Right.
as per what it was supposed to be, how it was supposed to
No,
be
it's
done.
wrong.
But it states there, it's supposed to have that stuff in it, and
Yeah,
that's
it's supposed to be a
yeah.
price per,
Yeah. So what do we do? Where do we go from here?
So it seems to me you've got a few options. One, you can scrap it, not do the project. 2, you can rebid it. 3, you can adjust the bid to whatever he's proposing now and go with what he's asking for. Or 4, you can rebid it as a design build and do something different. But we've already ordered counters and whatever. to go with it.
I think it's been agreed that the project is gonna move forward. I think that was.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Well, I
yeah.
presented
think
all
it's-
your options.
Yeah.
No,
I think it's just a matter of, the bid form, when it comes like this, it shouldn't, this is my opinion, if it's not filled out properly, it shouldn't be accepted.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. I think it should be rebid.
So you can rebid it the same way, or you can put out a bid for a design build.
Well, we've
It's
already
already
designed
designed.
it.
You already got the design.
Because we,
yeah.
So we don't
that's
need
what we
that.
paid
So,
for the architect
It's,
for.
it just needs to be,
This is crazy
rebid.
that it's taken us a damn year to figure out, to get somebody to bid on a bathroom and a kitchen.
now,
for God's sake.
we've
It's crazy.
supplied some of the stuff already. What we're lacking now is the toilet fixtures and stuff. I mean, would the county buy that and then provide it to him for his labor? Because I can get a better price than he can, and we don't have to do the 20-30% markup on all the toilets and all the fixtures.
can you do
and
the
stuff.
whole project yourself?
No. I don't have the manpower to do that.
Well, let me ask you this then. Would you be able to buy all of the materials, all of the supplies that go into this and make this just a labor bid?
Right, that's what I'm saying. I can get all the plumbing fixtures and stuff. I have to go out of state to Monticello.
Uh-huh.
And I already did the spec sheets and all that stuff and gave them to her. And she saw the spec sheets of what we wanted and stuff.
It changes the whole scope of the project.
So why
If
do
you're
we do
gonna
that
do
and
that,
rebid it?
you have to rebid it. If you wanna just say, we just want labor and you're gonna supply everything, then you rebid it as
Rebid it.
labor only,
Okay.
not material equipment and labor.
So I
Okay.
agree, why don't we do that?
So, I
Why don't we
don't,
do that?
what's your recommendation, Mike? I don't think that's
Yeah.
the way to do it, but,
For him to buy the materials? How come?
because then, I mean, they were all spec'd. It doesn't matter what you're buying.
Right.
It's easier for the contractor to get it, to make his schedule put together, and then to go. When he's waiting on Mike to get it here, or vice versa, it just doesn't go as.
Oh, we probably saved 20, 30%.
I was gonna say, we're gonna save markup on all the merchandise.
I mean, that's how a builder, I know, a builder puts this markup
Sure
on
does.
the purchase price because that's how, part of the way that they make their money.
Right, right.
And you're
So
saying
that's why I
we could,
said, why can't you just do it then?
Do what?
Why can't you just do it then?
I don't have the manpower.
The manpower to do that.
I mean,
labor.
I guess I could contract it all out. I mean, we can get the plumber to do all that stuff, The plumbing's gonna be the toughest part. We're gonna tear out all the plumbing, and the partitions all gotta be mounted.
Yeah.
Toilets all be positioned differently and stuff like that. I mean, his bid was really low, and me and Justin talked about that when we saw the bid for
You knew it.
$56,000, do the whole damn thing. Is it,
Yeah.
that guy's crazy.
You knew it was wrong.
Yeah.
Well, man,
I think it should just be rebid.
well, I think it should be rebid, but if he can buy the material and save 20%, why can't we just bid the labor?
You can, just change it to where it says just labor.
would you like to do it that way, Mike? We've already got most of the kitchen utilities.
Most of the
Mike.
stuff is there now, right?
Would you think would that be a good way for it to work for you to go, for you to acquire all the merchandise part of this remodel and
Or would you rather
So in other
re-
words, why
rebid the whole
rebid it
thing?
then? You're just our general for it and you just
Hire
hire all
it.
the subs.
Right.
I guess that's what I'm asking is, can you do the project? I'm not saying physically your hands,
could you
but
manage it? Can you
the project?
contract with the plumber? Can you contract with the people to
that make sense?
do? Yeah.
Well, according to our rules, any contract that's gonna go over 5,000 is gonna have to come back to you guys.
Well, we know it's gonna be well over
Well, we
$5,000.
can make a motion right now
Yeah.
to use a sum, right?
Yep.
As long
You
as it
can
doesn't
do
go
that.
over
Yeah. Do you want to do it that way, or do you want us to rebid the whole daggum works, Mike? I mean, tell us what you're comfortable with, because I trust your judgment on it.
And the second thing on that question is can we get the damn thing done this year?
Oh,
We can
yeah.
get it done this year. We won't be get it done by July for the fair.
But just, I'm just looking for this year, because we built the courthouse.
The kitchen is, there's not that much in the kitchen.
No, the kitchen's simple.
It's just the bathroom.
It's the bathroom's the biggest part.
Bathroom is where
All
the
the
biggest
plumbing and
part of
stuff
the
like
work is
that.
at.
Yeah, gotcha.
The kitchen, if you
Gotcha.
already have all of the way I understood it, he had all of the stuff there already.
Right, he's got refrigerator, he's got the
So
stove.
he's got everything there, it's just
Yeah,
gotta be
it's in
demoed
storage.
out
It's in storage right
and
now.
it cleaned out, so that one's pretty
they
quick
say
and
one of
easy.
the hardest thing on a marriage is a remodel. Well, I want to tell you, this remodel in the fairground is really, this is getting crazy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So, what do you think to Commissioner Ortels? What do you prefer as our maintenance and building? What do you think is the best way for the county to move forward?
Well, has the guy started? I thought he was tearing down stuff already.
I don't know, we just got this email late last night.
Yeah.
I don't know. You tell us.
I thought he was doing demo as we speak.
I'm gonna text Justin right now and find out.
That throws another.
Because there was
Yeah, he's already started, yeah.
there was an approved project number for $56,000.
That's right.
And now we're looking at $123,000.
Just in material and stuff. I mean, well, plus the labor to doing it, right?
Well, that would be,
That when we
Yeah.
added
it
the
would
numbers
be
together,
everything,
you're
it would
right.
be
Yeah.
that
Right.
number, it wouldn't, yeah.
Right, 123.
From what that
would be-
email was saying last night.
I don't think we're stuck to the whole thing. If he's just started today or yesterday, we can pay him for his work today and negotiate that out and redo the whole thing if that's what you guys decide.
Man,
Yeah, that's,
Well, the bid was not correct because we,
No,
we all
it's-
looked at it
Yeah.
and
It's incorrect.
thought we were getting a good deal.
Yeah, I thought we were getting a
I mean,
smoking
really.
deal. But I thought we'd already bought so much of the stuff, I thought that's where it's gonna come in at.
Right.
Justin says no work has begun.
Okay, good.
now, what is your suggestion to the commissioners?
I can get the contractors in and do it.
You want to be the general on this deal and sub it all out? Because I know you and your staff know a lot about this. There's going to be a lot of this stuff you're going to be able to do yourself.
Well, we can do the demo. The demo's no problem, stuff like that.
Yeah, so,
But the plumbing's gonna be the toughest part.
well, you're going to hire
But you
you,
gotta
then you'll go out and
hire a
subcontract a plumber.
Right, we can get a contractor in and do the plumbing and stuff.
So I guess, again, I'm gonna ask the same question. Would you like for us to rebid this, or would you like to be the general and sub it out yourself? We're now asking you a question.
And that you can hire more than one contractor. I mean,
Oh, well, yeah, well, I'm gonna need electrician. Now, we're gonna have to bid all this stuff out?
No, you're going to do it for time and materials. You're gonna hire them and you're gonna provide them the materials. You're gonna go out and buy the stuff that needs to be bought for this project, and you're gonna hire them to install it.
That's what I understood. You said you wanted to purchase all the
Yeah.
material.
I can purchase all the materials, correct.
So in other words,
Yeah.
you're hiring a plumber for labor only.
Right.
And you're hiring an electrician for labor only.
Right.
That's what you said.
Well, the labor for the electrician he'll buy the fixtures. You know, he doesn't have that much to do there.
Yeah.
I mean, the electrician doesn't have that much to do there.
I think we rebid the job.
I agree.
I don't want to put that much responsibility on him to find all the stuff, order it, get it in, and general that deal. I think we should rebid it.
It just adds a lot more on your
Yeah, it puts a
plate.
lot more. You're
Right.
gonna.
We can still order the parts, though. I
Well,
mean,
we'll see.
well, so okay, we're
Yeah.
all in agreement to rebid the job.
Yeah.
Now we got to
Okay.
get one last thing.
okay.
How do we want to rebid it? Are we going to rebid it labor only, or are we going to rebid
No,
it with?
I
You
think
could bid the
rebid it.
whole project
Yep.
just the way it was designed.
Yep,
And we only had one bidder bid that.
I know we did. That's
Then I did a walkthrough at the senior center. He was gonna bid that, but something happened. I guess he couldn't put his bid in.
Huh.
To me, that project's way too big for him, the fairgrounds.
Is it?
I think it is.
Way too big for this guy?
Yes.
Mhm.
I thought it was way too big for him. You know,
For the one that's at the,
No, for this guy, for this town and country guy.
The
yeah,
fairground.
He
for the
feels
town and
this-
country guy.
this-
There's a lot to do in that bathroom.
Yeah.
Those
Oh,
bathrooms
yeah.
There's a lot to do there.
let's rebid it. But let's look, how fast can we turn this around?
Yeah, let's,
You can
What do you-
you can put the documents back out.
Change all the dates. We can
Yeah,
put them
the
out.
dates all have to be
It-
changed, but
So in order for, it has to run in the paper for 2 weeks, and the paper comes out tomorrow, so
you can't get it in
won't be in
tomorrow.
until next Wednesday. So it'll be next Wednesday, the following Wednesday,
June.
and then we'll get the documents that Friday. So 3 weeks from today, you could have a bid to look at,
okay.
which will be the end of June.
First
beginning
week.
of July.
Well, with the pace of this thing, 3 weeks sounds pretty fast. So, are we in agreement, commissioners?
Yes,
I think you just change the dates and re-advertise
Right.
it and put it back out to
I do
bid.
too.
Okay.
And if we don't get anything, if it ends up like this, and we don't get anything more than this, then maybe we talk to Mike and say, Mike, guess what? You've just become the general contractor, and you're gonna get this project done for us.
Okay, we'll take care of that part.
I don't have a problem with that, but I
Okay,
mean,
all right.
you know,
Well,
if we wanna go that way, that's fine.
We'll see what comes in, Mike,
Just
and if
do,
it doesn't
yeah,
look
you
good
and
to us,
me.
doesn't look like it's gonna fit or
I
be
was
a
already
workable
going.
deal, then we'll
Okay,
come back to you.
What else do you have?
So
okay.
then I'll let you get
that-
with Shaq and you guys will change the dates to fit your,
Okay,
Can you be in my office at 8 tomorrow morning?
what's tomorrow?
Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, I can be there. No, oh, wait, no, I can't. We're replacing a AC unit at the jail at 7 o'clock, so it'll be after that.
Okay.
We gotta replace the unit at
Just
the
whenever
jail.
you get done with that.
Okay, okay.
What else do you have, Jane?
Okay,
Or,
on the
Mike.
fire suppression system at the fairgrounds,
Is that a yes?
we had it flow tested. It tested out like 50, which is not really that good.
If you're a little.
And they found the only fire hydrant that we got at the fairgrounds is not functionable. it does not work, so we're gonna have to replace that.
Isn't that on Rural Waters line?
No, it's on our line. It's on our line. I talked to Montezuma County, and they said, Montezuma Water, they said they would replace it for us. You know, they said, since you guys are the county, we'll come and do it.
Good.
They're gonna give us a bid on it to get it replaced. But that's one thing we gotta get done, the fire hydrant.
Good.
And then the fire suppression, we could retest it after the fire hydrant's in and see what's going on there. I haven't heard nothing back from Cy Cooper.
So what kind of fire flow do they need to have that?
He didn't really say. I'm waiting for him to get back with me.
Because
Well,
they-
and is the fire flow the whole arena, as Commissioner Tell said, or is it just the main part?
Right, yeah.
That, you know, I mean, where
Yeah, because I thought, we were basically just talking about the, I guess, meeting rooms?
Yeah, the meeting rooms, the
But
kitchen, the bathroom, yeah,
arena
not
at
the
all.
arena.
So
not
what,
the- yeah.
what was the fire flow for that portion of that building?
They couldn't really test it
They
because
couldn't.
of the fire hydrant. They
Oh,
tested it. They tested it down by the racetrack. That's the only place they could test it. And with the fire hydrant being shut down, not working, they think it's going to cut down the flow. So we have to replace that.
So
we don't
after
have
we-
near enough pressure out there. We've got about 50 gallons per minute.
So after we retest it and we put in the fire hydrant, we have to pay the other $750 to have it tested again? Is that
Probably.
right?
I don't know.
Because if we got, I forgot what he said, we got like 150 coming in, and then they regulate it down to us. And
Are
they-
you talking PSI or are you talking
PSI.
GPM?
Well, gallons per minute.
Yeah.
150
Two different things.
Right, 100 gallon per minute, 150 gallon per minute coming into the system, then they regulate it to us. And he said that years ago, the fairgrounds turned it down to 50, and they don't know why they did that.
Oh, then we just gotta,
Turn it
can't we
up.
just
We
turn
could-
it up?
Right, because we got enough coming in, we just got to turn it up. And we got to get the fire hydrant fixed first.
And Rural Water is gonna do that.
Yeah, Montezuma Water said they would do it for us.
Okay.
All right, good.
So as soon as they do that, then we can actually put a pitot gauge on there and figure out what our fire flow is.
Right, right, because they can't test it at the old system, because they'd have to tear it all apart, replace it, so they tested it downline. They were gonna test it at the fire hydrant, but it's not working. So we get that fixed, and we can test it and see. I mean, we can get whatever they wanna give us, you know.
Well, that's pressure, it's GPM is what we need because of the size of the building.
Right. And for some reason, they turned it down to 50, and he doesn't know why. It was years ago. I mean, they can provide us more, but they had it turned down. They had to
Probably
regulate.
had some lines that were blowing, maybe,
Old?
I guess, I don't know. But anyway, it's fixed.
Well, I think we get that fire hydrant fixed
Okay.
there, because even without a suppression system, we need a hydrant.
We need a
that's
fire
gonna-
hydrant,
Yeah, we
right,
definitely
right.
So we definitely have to go that route, and then we can see if there's enough fire flow for that.
Right, and Justin and I
to
talked
fix
about it,
that.
they would put it on a year maintenance, it hasn't been maintained at all. I mean, you know, you do it yearly, they blow it off, but it hasn't been done in years, so.
All right,
it-
what el- we'll do
Okay.
that. What else?
Okay, the jail showers, they got them cleaned, we bought all the paint for them and stuff. They had a hard time painting it because it's epoxy paint, it's real toxic, and I'm not sure what they're gonna do now. I mean, we bought $700 worth of paint for them, and they quit after 3/4 of the job. But I haven't been over there yet.
Who quit?
The jailers, they were painting it.
No, but who
The
would-
inmates were painting?
No,
it?
the jailers were painting it.
The detention
Oh, okay,
deputies.
all right.
And they, you know, the fumes were so toxic, they couldn't do it. The paint was too thick. I told them you can thin the paint down, so I haven't heard nothing since then. They were gonna look into Colin Osborne and see what he painted a while back, you know.
Well, can't they get those masks that they paint cars with? And-
Well,
When you're painting epoxy, it's a totally different application, and it really should be done by somebody that knows what they're doing, not just by, and maybe they do, I don't know, but
They got the mask, the regular gas mask
It
that the
should
police
be-
officers, they were using those, and it helped quite a bit. But I haven't talked to Tommy since then. But they were gonna look into different options, but like I say, I haven't heard from Tommy yet, so that's,
Well, we need to get it done, so if they can't do it, we need to hire
yeah, we
somebody
need
to
to
do
hire
it.
somebody to get it done.
right,
All
right.
the jail's empty.
Yeah. Can you do that, Mike?
What's
Do you
that?
guys do that?
Painting?
Yes.
Oh, we don't have time to paint that. Right now, we don't have time to paint that. We're so
Okay.
busy now that we don't, and that's what I told the sheriff.
So do you have time to
Call
get on-
somebody, yeah. I
Call
mean-
somebody to get them there to paint it?
Tommy was calling Osborne. They did it last time, 14 years ago. And he was gonna call him and see what they're gonna do on it, what he can do on it.
Okay.
But I'll find out from Tommy today what's going on. I haven't heard from him
It sounds
yet.
like you're gonna get that done.
The other things, the overhang for the combined courts, are we gonna do anything with that, or? We got the 2 bids on it from 2
Well,
different people.
we've got 2 prices, quotes for doing it 2 different ways. We
Right.
don't have competitive bids.
Right.
We've got one person that you've given me quotes to do it 2 ways. We don't have any competition there.
Right.
Well, if they get rid of all the police and we don't open our courts, what do we need it for anyway? I mean,
Oh, man.
Well, I don't know that our city council was talking about defunding their police department.
well, I was just saying in general. I don't think they're going to either, but I was saying.
Is this overhang, this deal, is this on our dime, or is it on the court system's dime to do this?
That's a good
On the
question.
state?
Why are we doing the overhang?
The Sally Port, so that a prisoner doesn't slip on the ice.
It's on us?
It'd be us. That's what I thought. I thought it would be us, yeah.
And we had talked about heating it out there so it melts it.
Right.
Did we do that?
I got prices on that. The guy that I talked to, he said you cannot put the heating in the ground and use the asphalt. You'd have to use concrete. So you have to tear out all that asphalt over there and put it in there and in the sidewalk and redo it. It'd be, twice as expensive, We looked into that.
This is all about having a slippery condition on the northwest side of that building
Right.
for people coming into the.
Right, have you seen it? Let's see if I got a picture. I can show you the
We
picture.
know right where you're talking about. It's just, it's. on the
You've
north
shown
side.
them pictures before.
Yeah,
I'm
we-
pretty-
we-
Oh, okay, yeah, I mean, it's really bad in wintertime. This winter wasn't bad.
Why didn't we think about this when we were building the courthouse?
They did, but they just didn't have the money to do it.
And we don't have the money to do it now. Why don't they get out there and scoop that stuff off and get somebody out there early of a morning, a judge or somebody or an inmate to scoop the damn snow off?
Well, I'm there at 6 o'clock in the morning, pushing the snow off, but then it melts off the roof, and then it ices up.
Doesn't have any rain gutters to take that?
They got rain gutters over the doors, and that's it.
Well, would rain gutters be a simpler solution than?
I'm not
build-
sure with that big of a roof.
Roof.
or
Right.
gutter would ever stay
You
up.
probably have to heat it to keep them from freezing.
That roof is how long?
That's a bunch.
I mean,
can
that's
ski
that's
down
a
it.
lot of,
Yeah.
It's got a lot of slope to it, yeah.
you're gonna pull that.
So how much, what are our numbers on this thing for this Sally Port?
But they're 2 different numbers, 2 different projects?
Two different numbers,
Yeah,
correct.
they're doing it 2 different ways, and we don't have competition for either one of them, but I could go pull them up.
And
Well,
I,
we've got a while on this because it's not gonna snow, well, I guess it snowed yesterday somewhere, but, I think we could get the bids, I mean,
I
get
think it should
right.
be, if you're gonna send something out to bid, it should be this same document or the same project to let people bid on it. Don't get. I mean,
What do we got, 2 different designs? that
two different
they're-
designs. The one guy bid it coming right off the beams for the roof and extended it out, and the other guy bid it by putting different pillars
So
and
which
running the
way do
roof
you
up.
like it the best?
The cheapest one.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems it'll work too. I mean, the other guy actually went to the engineer that built that building. And that's what the engineer said, you need to come off that, and that's why his was like twice as much as the other bid.
Well,
I like
yeah,
that.
if you're not bidding the same project, it could be 3 times as much.
Right.
So
And then, what,
we
took,
have to
I took him
decide-
out there and told him what we wanted.
We have to
you know.
decide what we want before we send a project out to bid.
I want whatever the half price one was.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Me too.
but maybe we
Me
take
too.
the half price and rebid it, that design,
Yeah.
and let the guy that bid twice as much. What do you think about that?
Yeah, as long as you're bidding the same project. I mean, because right now it sounds like you got 2 different guys, 2 different projects.
Right, they're bidding in 2 different ways.
Right, so
You
it's
know.
not apples to apples. I don't
So why don't we
think
just rebid it? Why don't we rebid it with the design that's half price, maybe you could just open it up to those bidders, 2 bidders, and would that be fair?
No, if you're gonna rebid it and it's over $5,000, it should be, everybody has the opportunity to bid it.
No,
Okay,
21,000.
This is doing it one way.
48 to attach it to the existing building.
Right.
Wow.
But again, now I've displayed prices for something that hasn't gone out to bid.
Well, you already had these, right?
What's that?
These.
Well,
costs?
you asked for quotes. We never put this out through a bidding process, correct?
No, we bid it out.
no, but this is public now.
It was public then, is what you're saying, right?
Right. I put it out to what that gov bid, whatever it is that
Oh,
you,
okay.
I put it out to
So
them.
that's the part you're building it? Can you go back to?
There's 2 different bids, 2 different.
This is two different ways of doing it.
designs.
But I don't know, that $21,000 one seems easy to me.
That's not fair to everybody else out there if you did
Well,
do 2
But
different
this guy's the one that
projects.
went out, the guy that bid the 48,000. Oh,
Both of them are Comiskey. What are we talking here? We've got one.
We got 2 quotes from the same guy from doing it 2 different ways.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't
oh,
go.
well.
So we need to pick which way we want it done.
That's what I said. We have to pick the project and then let Mike take it to bid.
No,
Well,
it's already
been
bid.
The same
It's
guy,
21,000.
Comiskey bid both these. He gave 2 different styles of project. We pick which style of project we
Who
want.
else bid it? Nobody?
Nobody.
Both those bids were from Kaminsky?
Yeah.
Both of those are Comiskey, and
Yeah.
you didn't give
Who was
me
the
any
other
other
guy?
bids.
The other guy
But my
was,
my recollection, we could go back on YouTube and watch it, but my recollection is that the commissioners had asked you to get quotes because you'd given them options and they told you, find out, get an estimate what it'd be each way. But my understanding is you went out and got quotes and this has not gone out to bid.
It needs to go out to bid. He's got an idea of what the project's gonna cost. That's,
Well, that sure isn't heck fair to Mr. Kaminsky to going through all that work.
It isn't
We just
now.
showed his number. Huh?
It isn't now.
but that one quote came from Gov quote, the bid. I mean,
Comiskey
These are
Construction, County
both
Road
the same
say-
guy.
these both say the same person.
And Comiskey, Clancy, Joyce.
and there was another guy that bid at McDonald.
Or wait a
something like-
minute, back up. Is this just a quote for the material? Because that's just coming from Choice Building
Choice.
Supply.
Correct.
So is
This
this a
is
cost
the only
for
one not,
just
I've got,
material?
Mike. This is all I've got is from Kaminsky. I don't have.
I've got the other bid at my office.
Okay, well.
And Hank's name was
So-
McDonald that bid it. The concrete guy, McDonald, I don't know if you guys know him. He does concrete. He does polished concrete and stuff. He's the one that bid it too.
So that,
Has this been bid or not?
I thought it went out to bid.
Do you know if it's been?
I thought you had asked him to get some quotes, but
Well, how can we
to
verify?
compare different ways of building it.
We're gonna have to verify. We're gonna go back and look, because we don't know.
we'll just have to, you're just gonna have to hang tight now.
Okay, that's
Go
fine.
back.
I just was asking a question.
Yeah, and we're gonna try to get things straight before we come in here and start screwing up sometime, because.
The last thing
Several
that,
mistakes today.
the last thing to Annex 3, I just talked to Jerry. It's gonna cost $4,500 to fix that problem that Circle Z did over there. He said, he said the last time was $4,500 to do it.
What problem? What are you talking about?
Circle Z came out, did the fiber optic stuff, and they saw cut 2, our ice melted Annex 3, so we have to redo the whole thing.
Well, we're not gonna pay for that.
No,
The ones that
we're
cut.
not paying for that. Circle Z said he would pay for that. That's what Jim told me, that they would pay for it. But when we do that project, the other ice melt that goes across the alleyway, that's been down for almost 2 years now. I figured we'd have it all fixed at once.
Well, shoot, yeah.
Have Circle Z pay for the asphalt one, and then have Jerry fix the rest of it and get it all done at once.
Is that electric ice melt or water
Yeah,
ice melt?
that's electric. That's electric. And they come in and they cut right through all the wires. Well, not all the wires, just a small section about that big, but it disabled the whole thing.
Well, I agree with the way you think we should do it. What do you guys think?
Well, it has to be fixed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just get the whole thing done at once.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys are in agreement?
Yeah, because
Yes.
that basically is their back entrance to that building, right?
Well, that's where
Correct.
90% of their people
Or the
come into
parking
that
lot.
building.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
yeah,
that's
it
where
would be
90% of the people
90%.
come into that building.
They did a handicap section
Parking spots.
in the asphalt, and then I guess when the bank was there, they had it going across the alleyway, and that failed, I think, 2 years ago. So we might as well get it done all at once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do
I
it.
got you.
Alrighty, that's all I've got.
Boy, you've been interesting today. Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's go to the GIS mapping. We have Doug Roth and Rachel Medina.
You can ask all your questions. Right there.
Oh.
Anything to see?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, well, we probably don't.
Good morning, GIS.
Yeah, good morning.
How's everybody?
Good.
Are we looking at a map now or not? Or what can we look at?
I'm gonna
Oh,
pull up
God,
whichever
yeah,
one they
sounds-
want first.
No.
Okay, before we get to
I don't know where the fault lies, but it shouldn't happen.
the
You're
road
right.
map, I just want to update a little project that I'm working on with the fire department. There's, so this might be more for Kim, because there's properties that are not within any of the fire districts that clearly should be within the fire or the Cortez Fire Protection District. So I want to figure out with Kim how can we get properties in the boundary so that they're paying the mill levy as well towards the fire department.
So every year, we request an updated map from every special district.
Okay.
And then we go into our address library and add those additional, check
Mhm.
them out and add those to the correct one. So all I need is an updated map.
Okay, this is.
Okay, and can they just produce an updated map? Like their board can just, I could help their board produce a map? Or does it have to be something within their bylaws?
Usually, they just present us with a map. Now, what they're required to include properties in would have to do with their bylaws,
Okay,
so.
okay,
we
because
don't have any-
I read their bylaws and it doesn't really say anything about adjusting their boundary. It's just they established it a long time ago and then that's it.
Yeah, they're just required to give me some sort of an updated map every year so I can make sure that those properties are included. But that's for voting districts. If you're talking mill levy, then you would need to talk to the assessor to be included in her address library. They're two different ones.
Okay,
I believe that there's a process to be annexed into a taxing district that they would need to follow. I don't know what that process is.
okay. Okay.
How many
So-
properties, Rachel, how many have you identified? Are there quite a few of them that are out there kind of in no man's land?
Yeah, so like their boundary ends, maybe road B.
Yeah.
So, there's big properties between the Ute Mountain tribal lands and their district that aren't in it. Also some that are kind of in holdings in public lands that aren't part of it.
Yeah.
It's a significant amount.
Gotcha.
It's a couple hundred acres worth of property.
So was this for the Cortez Fire District?
Yeah.
So prior to the recent question that they had, or was that last year?
Yeah. 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They did provide us, we provided them with a map, and they verified that the address library that we had for voting district was correct.
Okay.
So, just to let you know.
Okay.
So that's when they got their increase, mill levy increase, right?
So I have a certified letter saying that they had checked it over and agreed that it was correct, so.
Okay.
So apparently wasn't.
Yeah.
That-
Well, I'll work with them and
That would kinda
talk to
have be up
Leslie.
their attorneys, right, to decide what's within their mill levy and to change that to be able to annex into it. It's not really up to us.
Because what does it mean for properties that, call 911 and have a fire truck come and help them if they're not in any district?
Well, also insurance, what do they call those?
Yes, your insurance
Yeah.
rating, your rating.
Your
Oh, the
rating.
PSAP?
Yeah, the ISO rating. Do they have an ISO rating?
I don't know, but I'll look
Because
into that.
If they're not in any district, they're
District,
not
they
gonna
won't
have
have
an
it,
ISO
no.
rating. It's gonna be
So
a
then their
rating of
insurance is a
10.
lot more.
It's gonna be a rating of 10.
Okay. So, it's a unique situation I've never, dealt with, so.
Wow.
I think that's it, though.
Okay. And I just have, is this one on? I just have one more update. We did get some of the imagery in from the spring flight. We're reviewing that, and we have a meeting with the company who produced that tomorrow morning. At first glance, we met with Dolores County because they're a partner in this project. Not really happy with we requested leaf-off conditions, and we received imagery that where the trees have clearly started to leaf out and with some pretty long shadows. So we will work with them and try and get where we want. The sticking point is that this is a one-time deal. You need to do it in the spring when the days are getting longer, so you don't have those long shadows coming in from the south and before when snow melts off and before leaf off. So we'll give you an update on where we're going to go with that.
When the next trip is going to occur.
But yeah, we get this once every 5 years if we're lucky, and so we want a product that we can use for the next 5 years. So the next thing that we have to bring up is to review proposed map changes for the 2020 roadmap, and then schedule a roadmap hearing here after we've done our proper public notice. And Shaq, do you have that one list? It goes segment by segment, what we're gonna show up in a PDF.
Is
It says, in the folder, it says, show this for Doug, when Doug's up, or.
Yeah. There we go. If you can just make those pages full screen. And I'll go through these changes one by one. Our last roadmap was adopted on September 18th of 2017, so I would say we're a little bit overdue on that. But as we go through these segment changes, there's only about a dozen segment changes, so we haven't had a tremendous amount of changes to segments on the map. What we're really adopting in the roadmap are roads that have been green or red sign roads that have been added to the map. We're also looking at segments of roads that perhaps became green signed roads, and we're also looking at surface changes. So we're looking at anything that affects what is on the map. So we have a number of roads that were gravelled and are now paved, and we'll go over those. So the first map change here is road H.6. This 0.37 mile segment was added, accepted as a county road right-of-way and chip sealed surface in 2019. We're all aware of that. And I'll also add that, for the HUTF funding, these are all reviewed annually based on the HUTF. So the ones like this have already been submitted to HUTF, already effective at HUTF itself for the money we're getting. The map change 2, we're looking at Road J, which is the completed 7th Street extension, half a mile segment added from Sligo Street east of Road 27, acquired that right away from the City of Cortez in October of last year, and the road department completed a new asphalt road just this spring. And this is a small segment of Road K.8. This is map change number 3 in the Highland Terrace subdivision. This one's a little bit unique because this was accepted as a public right-of-way back when Highland Terrace was first platted back in, I believe, the early 1970s, and we had an amended plat on those lots in 2017, sorry, And those lots are now being built on. 2 of those lots are currently being built on. So that road was extended out. It's a gravel road, and we added that as a green sign county road. And try and go into a little bit of detail on some of these, and this is exactly how our red, green, and orange system works. And this is Road 19, otherwise known as Trail Canyon Road. We had a call from a gentleman late last year, and he was requesting, this has been shown on the road map as an orange road since before my time. And I'm not sure exactly why it was an orange sign road, because what we're currently calling, what we're going to be calling the orange sign road is roads through federal or tribal lands. Just a slightly different designation. And it was on the road map as an orange sign road. Well, this road, before the BLM bought the property through there, was completely going through private land. This road was vacated, a resolution 15 of 1980, and it's a private road now. There is no public easement, and people are seeing that as orange sign on the map and thinking that that's somehow an open BLM road, which it is not, because you cannot get to those BLM parcels without trespassing on private property. So as a point of clarification, we just changed that road to a red road, and it is a private easement. Once that road was vacated, the landowners in there were directed to come to agreement on how they're going to access that road, and so it's private easement amongst those
But why
landowners.
wouldn't it be 2 different colors then? Because it goes through BLM, and then it goes, is this the one that goes through the Reese Malis property, and then?
Yeah, it comes down there to the tree farm, to
Yeah.
David Temple's tree farm, and, yeah.
So which landowner, the one on the top or the one on the bottom, said that it should be changed?
The landowner at the top. It's a gate with a lock on it at the intersection of Road 20. And
It's just a dirt road there, right?
Yep.
After you get down to the gate.
Back in its day, a lot of people used to go there, didn't they?
Yep.
And then,
Yeah.
well, Reese Malis on, and then what about, they used to trail a lot of cattle down through there. Do they do that anymore? I wonder.
But it looks like there's other access points to that BLM parcel, so.
Yeah, you can go off the Canyon Ancients.
18 or,
And if you notice on this, and we can definitely get to the point where we're changing color every time it passes through. If we had looked at, it before the BLM bought those parcels here a few years ago, it would have been a red road, it would have been all the way through private property.
Yeah.
You look at this road and it's kind of split on either side. Look at, a road like this.
So where you're saying there where the mistake was, it should have been red the whole time?
It should have been red the whole time.
Yeah,
It
okay,
absolutely
that makes
should have
sense.
been red. And so,
Okay. I mean, that makes sense.
That's
yeah.
where, that's
Yeah.
where the problem lies, yeah.
Because it should have been red the whole time.
yeah.
It goes on
And-
private land the whole damn way.
So there's, just to clarify that, clean up that so that people don't have a perception that there is a a BLM route that has some sort of, inherent, rights to cross that, which there isn't, because it was actually a county road that was vacated, so that's now gone away.
What provisions have been made for the water shareholders further down on the green portion of J, like Jude Schunemeyer with the tree farm and that, in David Temple? What agreements have they made to be able to use the red portion of J to get up to assess the water? Because I know about a year ago that was an issue that Jude was concerned with.
That I don't know. I know that there was discussion at that time. I could pull up those minutes and forward it to you. I have those available, and I believe there was some discussion that the county would vacate it, but they didn't want to landlock any parcels, and that every landowner in there would, that every landowner that had access to the road, Trail Canyon Road, would need access to that. But I don't know about other landowners.
So if it's orange, then they have a easement. If it's red, they don't. Is that right?
Well, and I think we'll talk a little bit about that once we get to, James's presentation on
Okay.
about how orange roads work. So on our next map change here, number 5, Jack, these are two segments that we came across that were on BLM, CANM maps in the 1980s, and they appear to still be pretty significant roads. One goes down and accesses a Colorado State parcel down there on the county border. And these are ones that we noticed that were missing from the map. We absolutely wanted to get them back on our road map. These are clearly orange roads that travel through the BLM and Canyon Ancients land, and we always want to find these pretty significant roads and add them back to our road map when we do find those. So, and then change number 6. This one was an older subdivision, Anasazi Estate subdivision from 1982. And this is a subdivision that happened, and then for the most part there was common ownership amongst all the lots, and the lots were never sold off. It appeared to be farming. And then just a couple years ago we noticed, or last year we noticed, that some of these lots in here were now being sold. It was already subdivided, and we didn't have any road designation for that, for the access to those lots. So well, we need to go ahead and assign a red road number to it and get that sign put up. What's a little bit unique is that the Anasazi subdivision plat from 1982, it does have a public right-of-way dedication on that plat, and it specifically says, which is good, that the county, unless Montezuma County agrees to maintain the roads, the developer will be responsible for the road maintenance. Now, it appears that there was some road built almost 40 years ago, and then 40 years happened, and it doesn't look like much of a road. But we'll get into this discussion with primary and secondary roads. It is clearly a red road, and we have not agreed to take on the maintenance of it as of yet, here 40 years later. So, but it does need a road for addressing purposes. As we'll probably
have the sign on it.
Yeah, we put a sign there about a year ago. So that's a red road. And changes 7 and 8, we have 2 pretty standard red roads that we needed to add in as part of Eagles Roost and Foggy Draw subdivision to access those lots as you've seen those plats come through here in 2019 and just this spring. So pretty standard stuff. Those are private subdivision roads. And map change number 9 is also similar. We have Warner Homes subdivision. There's another, kind of extension of Warner Homes subdivision, and we went ahead and extended road G.9 further out for those homes that he's building in there. And map change number 10, we have, well, I'll let Rob talk about this one, but it was a proposed addition of a designated truck route for the map.
So what's happened there is we've maintained Road 16 from the county line, FF, down to DD, and then west to 491 for all of our trucking, belly dumps, cattle pots, whatever. It's a good road. It's got a good big intersection there. Everything's easy to make left, right turns. But since the logging industry has picked up, now they're like chasing cats around, herding cats. They go everywhere. Logging trucks just go everywhere. So they're coming down to CC and turning to Pleasant View on that little narrow gravel road without any mag chloride on it, and dust is flying everywhere, and Brett brought that to my attention, and so I'm here today to recommend that we make this route as shown a truck route, like we do with Kinder Morgan. And there is some Kinder Morgan traffic, you know, I don't think it's as heavy as what we see at Goodman Point or different places like that at Pleasant View. But there are Dolores County Kinder Morgan interests that use this particular route. And this is the road to the Forest Service. So I think we should make this a designated truck route so I can put up the proper signage, no through trucks or commercial trucks, or however we choose to word it, to keep them from going on down and hitting those little secondary roads and be bopping in and out of Pleasant View and tearing up other roads. Because we spend a lot of money annually to keep this route maintained with mag chloride and different things to keep it for that reason.
So, are they doing that cutoff by,
Well, they come right in at the fire station there at CC in Pleasant View.
oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a dirt road.
It's a little gravel road. It's a good road, but it's pretty narrow and it's gravel and it's at Ormiston gravel, so it's very dusty and it's creating a lot of dust for the people that live on that road. And there's really no houses on this other route, except 16, excuse me. But DD, there's no houses. That's just an open road across there, and we spend a lot of money maintaining it for truck routes, you know? We make our trucks run it. We
Yeah,
don't let
get
go
them on
anywhere
a
else.
designated route so that you know where they're gonna be and you can maintain and
I mean,
treat
it saves the road
appropriately, yeah.
department a lot of funds and money maintaining
Yeah.
secondary or even
Shoot, yeah.
primary roads that are not built for trucks or maintained for trucks.
Right.
We have to go blade it and water it and take care of it then, so we'd like to try to bring them all back together in one place if we
I
can.
got you.
Makes
Makes,
sense.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And you're not adding any, I mean, it's no distance difference. They're not having to drive further, any more difficulty to get to it or anything,
Well, if you
so.
think about it, Keenan, it's really better on the trucking companies because they go hit the state highway.
Yeah.
Which is built for trucks.
Right.
And a
They
smoother ride.
get
and
there quicker.
Easier on their equipment, so,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
Okay.
okay.
Commissioner Candelaria?
I mean, I would never go down to CC, but
It's a hard turn to make.
yeah,
you know, so.
I think DD is, I didn't realize there was any other route than DD. To be honest with you, I mean,
Yeah, well,
Well, we don't, as a county road goes, we don't allow trucks to go down there. Well, I mean, we don't even want them going to BB, obviously, for safety reasons. So we
Yeah.
designed DD without the official designation to
Yeah.
be a truck route.
it's just now
Now I just
time
need to
to,
get some teeth in it with the
time
designation.
to make it official.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Go right ahead.
yeah,
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes. This is map change number 11. I believe this is the final one. I say this one's a little bit unique as well. Rachel brought this up a couple months ago. We had this section of Red Road W.8 on the road map, and it's always been on the road map. And going back and doing research, it's interesting because it was on road maps all the way back to the 1950s. It was always clearly shown as not being a county road status on those maps. And yet it was always on those road maps. If you look at it now, and I drove out and looked at both ends of the road, it does exist. It's fenced on either side of what is a path. It's clearly not a county road now, and we had it on the road map as a gravel road. To me, it needs to be lowered in status so that people don't have the impression that it's a public road or a through street or it's a nice gravel road. Clearly, it's not. The discussion that we had internally was, do we leave it on the map, or is it no longer a road that matters? My point on some of these would be that we would not want to remove this route unless the landowners agree, because it has almost 70 years of historical significance on our road map, even though it's not a county road, even though we can't, I haven't found anything that says it's been a county road. So I would not want to remove that. The request would be to lower that to a primitive status. And the reason I like this example is it brings up, I think, at this point, we can look at any single segment that we have on our official county road map and say that it's important and there's a reason why it's on there. Even the red roads and the orange roads and especially the green roads. So this is one I'd like to leave on and change it to a primitive surface status.
Commissioners like that?
So that's just, if I read this, it's hard to read, it's just no maintenance. Is that,
You know, there's some personal history to this one, is my father and grandfather owned land on both sides of that road. All my life, that's where we grew up at. And there was other neighbors there, and we used that road exclusively for access to farming, agriculture, and irrigating. It never was gravel, but it was a good dirt. We called it the lane, and that created access for all the neighbors. I'm assuming most of the people, some of the people still own the land that was there when I was a kid. I'm assuming it's still being used for that same reason, and I would hate to see this get landlocked or cause issues because we made a mistake here. I think it should stay, like Doug said, maybe a primitive road, but a county road, by all means, you know?
Okay.
And I know some of the neighbors all said, no, that's a private road, that's ours, but it was used historically, we're going through all this down in Weber Canyon, as a route to access for agriculture and cross back and forth for irrigating, so. But it never was gravel.
it's a public road, it's just
I
right now
think
it's
it is.
primitive.
I would say that too, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it connects to two others that are our green roads. I mean, it's a connector.
It is.
22
So, yeah, between 22
21.5,
and.
or actually 21.
There was just never a need for the county road department, even back all them years ago, to gravel it or.
There's no home, no residence on it, anything you
Just it was
needed.
access to farming and irrigating.
In the winter, nobody went down it because there
No, it
was
was
no
closed
need.
in the winter, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think there's another part of this presentation, and I think James is going to be, is that correct?
Yeah, we do have one more thing to
Oh,
go
go
over, and then we do have to set a public hearing if we agree to do so. And Shaq, if you can bring up the road map itself and then zoom into the legend, because we did rework the legend, that kind of that yellow area there. This is the road map, just to go over it. It's hanging up in the back. We will post it on our website as well as all these documents we've gone over today. And this road map has all the changes that we presented highlighted in yellow. And what I didn't go over in detail, and I'm not gonna do that, are all the surface changes themselves, aside from that road W.8. That was just a surface change. But we do have them listed, and we will have this on our website and also available for the public. And it lists all the surface changes, every single segment, almost 29 miles worth of roads that went from earthen to gravel, gravel to chip seal and paved. So that's another part of it. And those are all highlighted on the road map. And on the legend, we did make some changes. There's a state statute that John looked at that essentially guided us, I think it's the current state statute, that guided us to break down the adopt a county road map with the language of primary and secondary road system. And so under our green sign roads, keeping with our green, the legend itself there.
Go to the
Shaq.
top of the legend.
Yeah, top of the legend, the highlighted, the yellow part.
This is a map. Shaq's lost.
You might make it smaller and you get the comparison of it.
So we changed it. Green used to be Montezuma County, that's all it said. Now we're saying green sign is Montezuma County, primary and secondary roads, and we're all adding the language, green sign county roads have a 60-foot right-of-way unless otherwise specified. Red signed roads, per the statutes, are pretty much everything that's not designated as primary and secondary. And red signed roads in our old legend said non-Montezuma County roads, not maintained or owned by Montezuma County roads and bridges. And we've seen an example on this Anasazi plat where we do actually own the right-of-way, but it's not currently a primary or a secondary road. It falls in this classification below it. So this definitely clarifies that. It's not the primary or secondary road system. It is a red road. And as we've seen, sometimes we make green roads out of red roads if they meet the public's needs. Another big change is the Orange Roads used to say non-Montezuma County jurisdiction, which was obviously completely incorrect on a number of levels. Proposal is to say, because all Orange roads, every road that we're showing on this map is within Montezuma County jurisdiction. Orange roads are roads through federal or tribal lands. And then under the road surface designations, we are essentially saying for our green sign roads, the gravel and the paved compose the primary road system, the graded and primitive compose the secondary road system. Qualifier on the primitive is that they don't have scheduled maintenance on those routes. And it's really the big changes since 2017.
You guys been busy.
Yeah.
And we can schedule a roadmap hearing. We have to publish it in the newspaper for 2 consecutive weeks. If we wanted to bring this during the normal GI, it would have to be a public hearing, but if we wanted to bring it about in a month, I believe that would be July 14th, then we could publish in the paper on the 1st and the 8th, Wednesday the 1st and the 8th. We could also bump that up and have the public hearing whenever you would like, as long as we get those 2 public notices in. So I believe we could. I don't know if there's a preference.
No?
I think
No,
it's
I
ready to
think-
go.
Yeah, I think
So,
get it
publish
scheduled
it
and get her
And
on the schedule.
We could, and it's up to, I don't know, Shaq, if you have a preference, we could get that on as soon as July 1st. We could publish on the 17th, the 24th, and have a public hearing on July 1st as well.
I have no preference. Whichever works best for me.
July 1st to me looks like a Wednesday.
Oh, sorry, the 30th. It would be June 30th if we published on the 17th and 24th.
I have no preference. Whenever you want to do it's fine with me.
Are we having a meeting on June 30th? That's the 5th Tuesday.
Yes, we did away with no 5th Tuesday things.
Do we have it, as far as, you know, we said the Cortez newspaper, but why can't, it has to be, you can't be radio, so we couldn't use KSJD's website? It's gotta
We
be-
can put it on all the websites. I think the statute's a little archaic in that it says it has to be the record of publication for the county, but
But why
we
can't
can
we make the
advertise other
record-
places.
Why can't we change the record?
Just because the statute makes us do a newspaper that's published at least once a week.
I've asked that question.
It's an archaic
First time
statute.
on.
Yeah, it
Because
doesn't.
and now with the paper reduced to once a week, it even just makes it harder for us to get.
It still meets the statute's requirements, but they need to change that law.
Yeah, because we can't get it out to people in enough time, and there's only one a week, instead of 2 a week or 3 a week, or.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't a rush. We have to publish it
Right.
for 2 consecutive
I
weeks.
know, but I was just thinking, why can't we just publish our own newspaper that says, hi, all of you? And then
Hi,
and
y'all.
Friday, we say, we'll see you later, and then would that qualify? It's,
And so basically, we're gonna just have a link, probably in the paper, that says you can check out the map on our website.
We will.
Okay.
And we'll also we'll put these documents as soon as possible on the website, on the.
Right. So this stuff won't be published in the newspaper, just the notice of
The
hearing
notice
with the link.
and the link of how to find our website and find these documents for review.
okay.
Yep.
So how would the law work if the Cortez Journal quit publishing?
You'd have to choose whatever's in the most circulation here that is published. So, I mean, I don't know if that's the Durango Herald or
the Free
what.
Press?
If the Free Press
Once a
doesn't
month,
qualify.
Qualify, it's gotta
So
be-
whatever you choose, it's the closest geographic regional paper.
I think Cortez Middle School puts out a newspaper.
Dove Creek Press.
Once a month, I think it's once a month too.
Are
It has
they?
to be once a
No,
week.
they're more
Oh, they
than-
used to be
yeah,
once a
Used to be once a week.
Thrifty Nickel?
So
Well, they're out of
if the Dove Creek Press is published once a week, that would work.
We ought to go there anyway.
You can.
Exactly. Can we pick the Duck Creek Press if we want
I'm
it?
pretty sure you could. I'll review the statute, but if you guys are considering changing it to that, we ought to pick it in January probably, since we already
Okay.
started the year,
Yeah, I
but.
think it'd be a wise choice. I'd go with the Dove Creek Press if I could.
Right. Or Navajo Times.
Yeah.
Okay, what else you have? We're going into the evening.
So, do we want to set a public hearing, or do you want to do that, John?
Oh, no, let's schedule it for whenever you want, either that.
Let's go ahead and do it for July 14th. At what time in the morning would work?
You'll have to coordinate that with planning. I don't know what they're gonna have for their planning agenda. So you'll have to coordinate that with, Doug, or with,
Okay.
Don. I could bring him in here for this conversation. I guess, why don't we do you at 9? Because they don't even have their.
There you go. They
planning
don't know.
meeting
do them
till
first.
Thursday, so why don't we
Put
do
them
you
on
at 9?
first
We'll
and-
do them after.
9 a.m.
July, for July 14th?
July 14th.
But when you leave here, you need to let Don and Jane know.
Okay, will do.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Good job. Looks good.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then it's James now.
Rob, did you know that when we did the fleet, that Melissa used $2 million of your money and that there's considering about you getting shafted for $1 million?
Yeah, very aware of that.
I don't think it's
Forgot
fair.
that, not once, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair.
Well, we're slowly working our way out of the hole with our abilities to bill each other and internally, but it's gonna be a lot of years, yeah. So. And you gotta remember too, Larry, Don, we inherited a shop that the fleet
Yeah,
department had
you got some
upgraded
assets with it.
significantly.
You got some assets with it.
We
Yeah.
certainly gained a lot of assets,
Yeah, you
So
got some good assets.
I don't
so,
want to
yeah.
call it a full million, but there is some money floating out there that we will repay ourselves through fleet.
Yeah, there you go.
Maintenance on vehicles, different things that we don't
You'll get to
pay.
even,
All right.
that out.
Yeah, it'll come
Yeah.
sooner or
All
later,
right.
but yes.
I just,
Probably later.
I just wanted to make sure you was aware.
No, I was very aware of
Okay,
that, yes.
all right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Do you guys want to go eat, or you want to wait till this evening for John Baxter?
We're still,
Well, because
We
the
still
next
got
one is
Dietrich.
James.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on. I'm sorry, James,
We
come
still
on.
have another hour to go before we go eat.
Sure, yeah. How long's your report?
Oh, it's long.
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, James.
Hi, James.
Well, gentlemen, we'll just go over this map really quickly here. So this is, of course, a citizen-initiated project, which was focused on possible RS-2477 routes. In response to that, the commissioners asked if we'd put together a map that shows routes that we think were probably historic routes. And I want to mention that we're up against two different criteria. One set of criteria for BLM, one set of criteria for the Forest Service. So this map could technically be broken up into two different maps. As we see everything on the west end of the county, everything is in Canham. We had a map that was presented to us, and that map was ground truth. We've taken a look at that. It appears to be a reasonable map. Looks like they're accurate with everything. So I would say that everything in Canham looks like it's probably ready to move forward with a resolution if commissioners choose to do so. Everything up in the forest, we've identified all the historic routes that I can find, and going back, so I'm going to say we've used a 1927 map as the baseline, because the 1927 map shows, it's not just a boundary map, it's actually showing locations and things like that. Prior to that, most of the forest maps were primarily a boundary map. And so as these maps evolved, more and more information was coming onto these maps. So 1927 was used because everything that was on a prior map was also showing on a 27 map. And it's just a more rounded map. And so what we're trying to do is move all the roads that we find on older maps forward to 1927, and sure enough, they're on that map too. So that's our baseline. So all the roads that we see up there that are in yellow, and it's kind of funny on some of these screens, but the ones that are in yellow there appear to be routes that were on the old maps. And so those are identified. At this point, feel like we could probably advance those on back to the citizens and let them take a look at that map, see if they feel like those are accurate reflections of what they think are out there. In other words, a ground truthing, and get their input on it one last time, and we should be ready to move forward with those also.
Good.
So again,
So that
you know,
would come together same time. Okay.
right, yeah. And so again, the criteria is different for both of those. 1976 is what we've always understood to be the RS-2477 cutoff, and that's why the BLM lands, I think, could move forward separately, maybe a separate map. But anyway, it's just one approach we could take with that.
I'll also mention, for Commissioner Candelaria, you weren't here in 2017. One of the big things that we did in 2017 is we added another baseline concerning the Forest Service routes. We made all of those routes on the Forest Service match the 2005 visitor use map that was published, because you never really accepted their further travel management plans. So every route that's on the 2005 visitor use map is on our current road map itself, and that is one baseline to go off of. And we kind of agreed not to take any routes off unless we were included in that process to remove routes from that.
Right.
Wow, looks good.
That's a lot. You got a lot of routes up there. That's good.
Yeah, there are.
That looks really good. Now it's time to start
So-
nailing them down.
So this will go back out to the citizens group now? You're
Yes,
ready
and
to
they
go
can
back
do
to them
they've
and they
offered to
can
do
prove it?
ground truthing on this, so hopefully they should check this map. Anything that, you know, they think is, there's a discrepancy, they should point that out. We'll try to work through it, and maybe they have information they can bring forward for us too. So.
Okay, do you have something else, James? You might as well, because we got you on the.
I do have two other items, and one of them would be handy to probably have GIS here with me for anyway. So the first one I wanted to visit with you about, and Shaq, I did send you an email on this, and that's the one right there. This regards the access to the Summit property, and since we have not been able to secure access on the north end of that property, I've been spending some time kind of cruising around that property and checking realty listings. Sure enough, a property has shown up. It's located on the east side of the Summit property. It's about 5 miles north of Mancus on Road 184. Access is off of Red Sign Road M. And my understanding is through the realtor that the landowner has secured actual easement now, which is an unrestricted easement for public access back to that parcel. So they're asking $249,000 for the parcel. It's 160 acres. It adjoins the BLM on the northwest boundary, and also partially on the east side. There's an orphan BLM parcel on the east side, 40 acre, as you can see there. So if this parcel were to be secured, that would guarantee public access into the BLM Summit area. And as we can see there, there is a suitable area for parking. Terrain is relatively flat, kind of along that western boundary, so it would be possible to work a road in with parking. I've ran this past the MCRAC, and they all seem to feel like they would like to take a look at this. We've got a meeting scheduled with them and the BLM tomorrow. We'll be meeting at the Cox Conoco at 11 o'clock to go out and take a look at this parcel. We've talked about several different scenarios about, you know, how we could possibly secure the parcel and what to do with it. I think, you know, the most straightforward one would be to actually purchase the parcel, secure the easement, allow a parking lot to be put in, and then just flip the parcel. Go ahead and sell that back to out on the private market. And so that keeps that parcel on the private land base, but also assures that we have public access into the SRMA at that point. And again, you know, there are several different scenarios. It may be that we could work with CPW. They seem to have some strong interest in that area. It's critical winter habitat for mule deer. Perhaps that parcel could be purchased. It could be leased to CPW. So a variety of different ways that we can move forward on that. And that's something that we can discuss with the McRack and hopefully bring the commissioners some recommendations from citizens on that as well. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure the commissioners were aware of this and that we're working through this, and hopefully we'll have some recommendations.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying,
If you scroll down, Shaq, I think there's one last, I'll just kind of show this last slide. It's the 4-lot development scenario. And I think it is, well, maybe it's one slide up. There it is.
James,
right
you
there.
know, like for, on that particular parcel, the BLM, do they still have, they have the same kind of a program the Forest Service does about buying these parcels next to, I mean, they do, don't they?
They do,
That are
yeah,
adjacent
certainly.
to their property, yeah.
Right.
And why would the BLM not be pursuing that, I wonder?
Yeah, I don't know why they don't actively go out there and seek those out. I mean, they seem to be buying property, you know, on a regular basis.
On a regular basis, yeah.
It doesn't make sense that, because they have this 3,000 acres. Oh, interesting.
Because they want us to do it for them.
So, I mean, in some of the development scenarios I went through, because I had our resolution in mind, the no net loss resolution. And so I just wanted to present this one because this fits that concept of the no net loss. Essentially, what we could do is buy that property, we could put in road system, we could essentially split that into 4 lots without even really going through our own process. And, you know, you'd have something you could flip out and still have your public access. And therefore, it all remains within the private land base.
Mm-hmm.
You know, technically, you could do a PUD on this. You could make a cluster conservation subdivision. We could explore different avenues.
Which then M-Road would just go all the way to the BLM property then?
That's correct.
So
yeah.
just that 60-foot right-of-way would become.
Mm-hmm. And
right
a parking lot down there at the end of it.
And a parking lot at the.
Well, it's interesting, but I think we need to see what our BLM partners are willing to, and CPW.
Certainly.
And they'll all be there tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I want to throw out one other thing too. You know, I mean, we do have a public-private partnership possibility here too. You know, I mean, $250,000, it's a lot of money, but it's not that much money. It could be that, you know, this has got an equestrian focus. If we could circulate amongst the equestrian groups, perhaps we could raise enough money to at least help make that purchase. And you know, the nice thing at the end, it looks like everybody would be likely to get their money back out of this. I mean, if you ran this right, you could make money off of this probably, you know, so. I'm not sure we want to be in the development business.
Yeah, I'm not sure we want to be in the development business, yeah.
But, you know, that's the capitalistic
We're just interested
extreme of
in
that.
the
so.
Right away.
Well, we've been trying now to have access to that for how many years?
7.
3,000 acres.
Yeah.
And we still haven't got it. Because
No.
of 1 foot.
1 foot with
Yeah, I was
4
gonna say
inches.
you're-
Down
You're
to
inches away
seconds and inches, baby.
Yep. from that sliver that we looked at previously. Well,
So-
we can find out what the partnership wants to do tomorrow.
Yeah, see how hungry the BLM is.
Okay.
Forest Service is hungry about buying up private land, so maybe the BLM will be too.
Yeah, but I like keeping it in
Yeah,
private.
so do I.
Well,
The problem with the BLM
I mean,
is
this-
then they gotta do an EA that'll last 4
Lord, yeah.
years.
Oh, yeah, that'll never happen with that.
Keeping it in private would give us access across there a lot quicker.
Yep,
Yep.
oh yeah. Like, almost instantly, so once that was purchased, we could go in and build a parking lot just like we did.
Mm-hmm,
Down
down
there.
at San
Correct.
Canyon.
If the owner of the current property is, it sounds like there's some negotiation that's willing to happen. I'd rather see it stay in
Is the
private.
owner gonna be there tomorrow during this tour?
No, the owner lives in Texas.
Texas.
The owner is pretty motivated to sell, and, you know, so I think he's certainly willing to work with us, I think.
Well, is the owner interested in just selling an easement right away and a space for the parking lot?
My sense is the owner is, really just wants to dump this entire parcel.
Okay.
He just wants to be done with it. So I guess we'll have more information. We can talk about this more next week. I'll move on to another notification we got from the BLM. So we got a notification on the proposed reintroduction of livestock grazing on the Yellow Jacket and the Flodine allotments. What they're initiating right now is a Section 106 process. And so this kicks it into the SHPO,
There
State
we
Historic
go.
Preservation
I got
Office.
the letters right here, yeah.
Yeah, so you've already got it and read it. Okay, so I just got it this morning and
today.
I haven't read it.
Yeah.
The only, I mean, there's some language in here that kind of I find to be a little bit concerning. And it's on page 2, but the BLM, verbatim, it says the BLM has determined that the proposed livestock grazing within the allotments would adversely affect these defined sensitive historic properties.
It's a done deal. They killed it right there, buddy. This is the end, this is the end right here.
Sure
They
seems.
strung us along for what, 5 years, almost 6 years, doing EAs and doing environmental assessment, blah, blah, blah. And obviously those weren't turning up the right coins for them, so now they've got an archaeology, and now it's dead.
They're estimating an awful lot of sites in there too.
Well,
you know,
what's
over
interesting
600,
about it
so.
is that there's been cattle there 100 years.
100 years.
100 years.
Yep.
And,
And now that they own it, it's just changed.
well, because
entirely.
it was a big lie when they said, we're gonna do the Canyon of the Ancients.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And we're gonna, all existing rights.
Everything's gonna continue out there just as it was. Oil, exploration, everything's gonna continue. It's not gonna change anything at all.
It changed everything.
Bingo.
Well, it looks like for the third Tuesday, we'll have a robust discussion with the BLM.
Yeah, yeah, this is going to be very interesting to chat with them about this, yeah. And you know what, that will play into, I don't care if they get their land accessed or not. You know that? I really don't think it's my job to make it easy for them on any of our stuff.
Well, except for that access is not for us, it's for.
Well, I understand that, but,
Yeah, I think
they're
it's
gonna find
actually
some
make
way
it
to
easy
keep
on
people
us,
out.
not on them. Because, I mean, there is some advantage to just going and doing it. I mean, that's the advantage of that land purchase, is having the control, do it ourselves, and get those guys out of our hair until we have it done.
I like that better. I really do.
Yeah,
If you
every
keep
time we
them out
mess
of
with
our
them,
hair
it's
until
a,
we have access and we're done, then we don't have to deal with.
No, and I agree. Just like we did the parking lot. I mean, how much longer did it take you to do the parking lot at Sand Canyon than it took us? I mean,
A
it's
year.
just a year.
Yeah, a long time.
Yeah.
well, we're intermingling two issues
see.
here, so we
Yeah,
shouldn't do that. But anyway, we'll have more information and continue to bring that to the commissioners and try to figure out a path forward on all this. So I'm a little more positive on the property acquisition than I am, frankly, on the grazing allotments, but partly
should
because
be.
we got
It should be.
some way to do it. So,
You've at least got a chance with the property acquisition with the cattle allotment. We didn't stand a chance from the time they owned it.
yep, doesn't feel very
They
good.
just patty caked us
All right,
along.
well, you did a good job. James, you got something else?
No, that concludes it for me today.
It will be interesting tomorrow how that turns out with the meeting.
Yeah, be excited to hear some input from our public on that, see if they have some hot ideas. Maybe they have some new scenarios.
Hey, could you actually, by the way, that map that you had of that parcel, could you send that to us in an email, or have you sent
Certainly.
that?
I believe I have, but I'll resend that, so I got it right up, so.
Okay. Or a message would be better. Okay. Can you just send that one map? I got an idea how to advertise that. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Now that we are going into the evening, let's go
How come we don't
to
have
John
lunch anymore?
Baxter, huh?
How come we don't have lunch anymore?
This was a very reasonable schedule if you guys hadn't dragged it out all morning.
We're having lunch. Trust me, I like to eat 'em.
I'll be quick. So we had a meeting with the municipalities last week as far as how we were going to distribute funding we get from the CARES Act. I think we need to get something submitted as far as an agreement to get our funds within the next several weeks. There's a draft right now circulating that's essentially an agreement that says that everybody's going to get a per cap, the amount that they're entitled to based on their population. So maybe next week we'll have that draft finalized. I resent a couple edits to the attorneys for Cortez, Mancus, and Dolores this morning. But that should be fairly straightforward. We've got everything else is churning along.
So on that, John, because we had a meeting, CCI, I mean, we did discuss part of this. It's just per cap. It's not, well, you spent this much for this and you spent this much for that.
Right. There's a certain amount of money. I can't remember what that amount is, Shaq. Do you remember? 25 million or something?
So
No.
That's
the whole thing is like 27 million, but what's coming down to our area for the county and municipalities is $2,246,164.
So that we don't have control over that.
All of the municipalities decided that the 36,510 that the county spent buying the BD Max analyzer with the hospital should come off the top and go back to the county. All three municipalities agreed to that. And then there was a per capita breakdown after that. So the total population from 2018 for the county is 26,158. Cortez has 8,721 of that. Mancos has 1,419. Dolores has 958, leaving county general, or leaving the unincorporated areas of the county at 15,060. So that would be 57.5%. On the per capita would be $1,270,551.05 coming to the county, plus the 36,510 for what we helped Southwest Health Systems with. Cortez would then, on their per capita, get $735,814.78. Mancos would get $119,321.32. And Dolores would get $79,547.59.
And what is the requirements to what you can do with the money?
So they do have a bullet list of things that it can be used for. The first priority is reimbursing anything that would be saving life or limb during the COVID-19. And then there's some reporting requirements that you'll have to meet if you're saying it was used for anything else. But one thing that they have allowed is for counties and municipalities to help out their local businesses. They have allowed that. And I think that's the direction that everybody is leaning. And I've had a very preliminary 2-minute conversation with Laura Lewis at Region 9. They'd be more than happy to help us facilitate that. And we could possibly, even the money we've loaned out thus far, turn into grants with that.
So it was basically part of that call, which was Tuesday afternoon, which one of the biggest things that I got was the grants for the businesses. Because we weren't part of the big five that received the payouts.
It's $275 million for 59 counties.
$275 million.
Oh, wow. For
59 counties, that's correct.
Mhm.
And the big five got their distribution from the feds per capita at the $174.49 per person instead of the $109 per person that we're going to receive.
Well, I mean, the reason I'm asking is I wanted just to figure out a way to help the majority of those 26,000 people. I mean, the way that they're given the money is per capita. How's the way that we help the majority of the per capita with the money?
I think that's all within that, the distribution of the guidelines, right, Shaq?
Right.
And I didn't see that.
And then there's a 30-day period, right? And it started
There's a 30-day opt-in period, and that time expires July 7th, and that's for the municipalities and the county to get the agreement that the attorneys are working on submitted, and then all the money has to be used by December 30th.
So once we have the agreement with us, then we can do the opt-in.
Right.
Per dose.
We're not tying our hands with the agreement. We're basically listing saying we may use it for any of the possible uses.
Yep.
And so that can be determined later.
Okay, all right.
And so I've got a Walmart hearing in Denver via WebEx this week. We have interrogatories we're still working on and responses in our Weber Canyon case. I spent several hours probably of Rob's time last week answering interrogatories on that case, and those are due, I think, tomorrow. We have a social services case that insurance is handling, but it's an employee, if you all recall, a couple years ago. And so Bobby and I yesterday well, we've been working on answers to interrogatories for a while on that. We're going to meet with the insurance company tomorrow. We're having depositions. They want to depose Melissa Bruner, Bobby, myself. I can't remember who else, but several people. They're deposing next week, I think Friday of next week. So that's ongoing.
What's that? Yeah, hold it. That was a health department employee that's.
Yes.
He wouldn't go upstairs. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay,
And
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it.
you're lucky.
Yeah. Count yourself lucky.
so that's it. That's all.
Okay, let's go to county administrator.
Well, the county attorney took the first part of
I didn't
my
mean to,
report.
I'm
No,
sorry.
that's okay.
No, thank you.
It all needed to be covered. So the next thing that I have, I believe I forwarded it to you guys yesterday. The docu-signatures for the health department contracts just aren't working. So I got some hard signature pages that Kim has in her packet for the standard contracts that the state wants us to do every year. The first one is the communities that care. The second one is the immunizations contract that we're required to do. The third one
Is that
is
are you on, can I see the one about the immunizations?
that's the one I'm on, I believe.
Oh,
Let
I'm-
me,
oh, I'm
I can blow it up a little bit.
No, it's okay. Oh, now you're making fun of my eyes, okay.
The third one, which I'm going to now, is the options for long-term care again that the state requires us to do. And then the fourth one is for the air monitoring. And I think they had the opportunity to let that go, and you as a commission had decided that they should keep it. So the request is that instead of messing with DocuSign, I gave Kim signature pages and you guys could just sign them.
I think it only requires the chairman, right?
I believe so.
But it has to be an agreement of the commissioners, so what are you commissioners' pleasure?
I think we've already agreed to them. We just couldn't get the document.
Just the DocuSign doesn't work.
Bobby proposed them to us
Oh, okay.
2-3 weeks ago.
All right. So ain't that ironic? That the DocuSign is supposed to make it easier.
Harder.
Yeah. Okay, I'm signing. I'm sorry, Shaq.
That's okay. No, I feel the same way about the group that's putting this out as everybody else. CDPHE is not on my favorites list. And we'll just leave it at that. John covered the work we've been doing with the municipalities, trying to move that forward so we can opt in. Need those signed. Let the commissioners know. I think you're already aware the governor went ahead and opened up gyms to 25% of capacity or 25 people. And so
Oh, I didn't know that.
that happened effective Monday, so
What about
the
churches?
gyms are open. Churches, the president opened those 2 weeks ago. They're
So
open.
we're okay?
I think the only business,
There's still a lot.
I
like
think the only
theaters,
business in town that can't function to some capacity is the movie theater.
That would be the biggest one.
I don't think
For
it can
sure.
function to any capacity
No
yet.
capacity.
And actually, I don't know how to get a hold of Mr. Allen in Farmington. I'm sure I can find out. I don't know at what capacity it would be worth his time to open. And I don't know. That's a conversation I need to follow up and have with Mr. Allen.
Well, from what I've been watching, if the movie's any older than 5 years ago, it ain't worth a dang anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Can't watch a movie without the cuss word in it anymore.
Yeah.
Bare skin and bad language and
Yeah.
Letter about the Fort Lewis grant.
oh, yeah, sorry. And also last week, I guess every year we submit a letter of support for some of the scholarships Fort Lewis gets. I contacted the commissioners during the week. They have somebody new that took that over. He contacted me Wednesday saying he needed it by Friday. It's one we had done every year. So I emailed all of the commissioners and asked their opinions. They were all in agreement to just get it to him. And so, yes, we did that letter for, of support for Fort Lewis as well, just a one paragraph saying that we're in support of them getting grants to be able to provide scholarships to students.
Yeah.
And that concludes my report.
Commissioner Candelaria, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Okay, I've got like 10 papers here to go through. First of all, obviously, I'm not even going to touch on the DOLA Zoom meeting. That was Tuesday afternoon. I think Shaq and John have pretty much covered that. Again, Wednesday, went out to the community testing at the fairgrounds for the COVID-19, the way it was set up. Did a real good job out there. All of the partnerships that were the fire department, the health department, the fairgrounds, everybody did a good job. It was functioning very well when I went out there. Thursday was kind of a slow day. Friday was a kind of a, what was it, a 3.5 hour Zoom meeting with CCI.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize. Wednesday, we went over the proposed bills that were coming up. We didn't take a vote or anything on opposition or to support. However, Friday we did. And there were a lot of bills. Some of the biggest ones is our Senate Bill 2217, which I'm not sure, John, if you weigh in on this, on the integrity or the enhanced peace officer integrity of how that affects us in our department. That was probably an hour and a half discussion just on that one bill.
They can hold our police officers personally responsible, and they can sue us for unlimited funds.
But it really comes down the way we all viewed it as an unfunded mandate. However, they feel that we needed to stay at the table with this because they feel that this is going to pass. It's pretty much.
I think it's changed a
happening.
lot in the last couple of days as far as they accepted a lot of modifications to it, which makes it more likely that it's going to pass. I haven't read the most recent version, but I am hearing that it's likely going to pass.
Which there again, it's concerning of how it is going to affect us in our sheriff's office. What is it going to cost us? And then how are we going to even be able to keep people, functioning
How are you
within?
going to be able to insure your sheriff's department with unlimited?
Within-
You're not
yeah.
going to be able to.
217.
Well, we already have insurance.
But if they change that, John, if they make that where you can go, where they put no limits, no parameters on lawsuit amounts.
They already have that. That part I don't think is changing as far as what you can sue for. I think what it does is it takes away immunity in certain situations, so you can't sue, period. It also was requiring body cams, things like that,
Right.
most of which we, I think, already have and use, and most police departments
I think the
have already
biggest thing with the
implemented.
body cam was releasing to the public within the 14-day period of time of the body cams, right? With
Yeah.
the
Everybody
videos.
has to have one.
Yeah.
Right,
And I
right.
think we do.
Right now, we
Anyway.
use them. I don't know that they're required by law. They're not, but I mean, I think it's going to be hard to comment on until this thing plays out. But I know it's been heavily edited over the last few days.
So that was a huge part of the discussion. The sick leave for employees, that one they're gonna make minor adjustments, and that'll come back this week on the call. 207, the unemployment insurance, that one was significantly modified. So we're gonna see where that comes back on the next call, and then whether we support or not support. Just kind of getting through these really quick. And then last but not least is 20-001 is the Gallagher repeal, and that took, we'll kind of wait to see where that goes on the next call. But that
This
also,
Friday.
has a, depending on what kind of amendments they move in and out of there. those are probably the biggest and hottest topics right now.
Yeah.
There were a list of them, but, and then Monday, yesterday we had our department head meeting. Went real well, and a lot of good comments from everybody around the room, so I'll make mine very short. There you go.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Candelaria. Commissioner Tell?
The only thing I attended was the department head meetings on Monday, and it was a good meeting. Everybody was in a positive mood. It seemed like everybody was, we had some discussion about upcoming revenue stream for Montezuma County and our coming budget year and how that might look, and for department heads to be starting to take a look at their department, that the revenues are not going to be there that have been there in the past, and how they can present something to the commissioners about how they can adjust their revenues, their expenditures, and what they can do to start looking at shortfalls in the revenue stream to the county. And everybody was very, I wouldn't say they were jovial, but they were very, they were concerned, as well as very positive about how they were going to take a look, and everybody seemed to be on the same page. So it was a good meeting. Good meeting. That's all I had.
And I just participated in the meeting with Commissioner Candelaria as well on the different bills issues, and I also had a NACO public lands meeting over PILT full funding and SRS, and was trying to receive amendments, but it doesn't look like we're going to have that funded for 10 years.
10 years,
with the land and water conservation land purchase at $700 million a year. So it doesn't look like that's Governor Gardner's bill, but it doesn't look like that's going to be
pass
included.
No.
And that's all that I have. So that would take us back to, just really quickly, commissioners, about some items that we would like for the public, or our planning, that we could go through with. So the 200, would you say is a 230 the square foot, Don?
230 the radius.
230 is the radius. So,
Okay.
actually, who's going to write this letter for us? Are you going to be?
I think John just got voluntold.
Okay, since he's not here. Okay, so John's going to write the letter. John's going to write the letter. So we want to do the, Commissioner, we in agreement on that? The
Yes.
wording on that?
I think so, because it's, the way it reads now, it kind of like, it sounds like that's the building envelope, which is big, that's huge.
That's almost an acre. That's almost an acre of ground.
Well, I think the way it's worded is that you would have to build in that area.
Within that 230.
Where you could have 230-foot diameter circle that's your pond, and you want to build on the high point in the corner. And it's just not real clear.
Why do we have to have a building? Yeah, we'll put that on there, because that's one to be discussed.
And
Whether it's
the
a size
question,
reduction
yeah,
or,
yeah.
why
I
do we
guess
have to designate a building envelope anyway?
Well,
It's just the word, I think the wording can be clarified so that you can build anywhere on your lot that meets the setbacks and for septic, as long as you
Correct.
have enough property within the parcel to fit a 230-foot circle somewhere, but you don't have to build within that circle. Because you could have a 230-foot pond, and then you want to build in the corner that doesn't fit in the circle, that's high and dry.
Anyway, I guess that's one of
Yeah,
the ones
so
for discussion. It could be however we want to discuss it.
But
The setbacks,
Just put the setbacks
Okay.
on there. And I know you said that we need a number. Let's let them see if they say they
Well,
like what the setback is, or what
well,
the.
it has to be a proposal, whether it's from you guys or
Okay,
from
I
P and Z Commission or from the public.
I would propose from the front, 20 feet, from the back, 20 feet, and from the sides, 20 feet.
I'm good with that, because we can change it and modify it.
Right,
But that
it's
gives
just a
us
proposal. It gives them something to start with.
Okay,
It can be changed.
okay, so, and
The
then,
acreage up the river.
yeah, minimum.
Are we going to keep it?
I would recommend if you're gonna do something with the Dolores River Valley, you better get, several departments involved in a discussion first. Like James
Melissa?
and environmental health because the number one priority in the land use code is to preserve the integrity of the water, since it serves 3/4 of the county.
So you're saying to set up a committee for that separately? Or
I would also bring in the septic engineers. I don't know enough about it. If you go to 3 acres from 10, you just tripled the amount of septic systems that could be put.
I didn't say that's what we were going to.
No, I'm
You
just
said
saying.
we need a proposal, so we're giving you a proposal, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how
I
you.
would say the first thing.
I don't know how you
So-
give a proposal though without information that you would need.
Well, I'll tell you what I want to do is, John has emailed us the land use code and the discussions
code.
that went on at the time they were formulating what we have for the land use code, and it has the arguments
So
and the
then
discussion
maybe
of.
we take a week and we'll bring that to you.
Yeah, and-
in a
and
week after we've
I
had
think
a
I
time
need to get
work through
familiar
it.
with why they are set the way they are. What brought about a 50-foot setback? What was the discussion? It's kind of like with the Constitution. What were they told this was supposed to represent? What were they told it meant? So what does that 230-foot circle mean when they were discussing, we need to have this 230-foot circle on every parcel in order for them to build a home? So I think I need to go back and see back when they were formulating this land use code or land use
Comprehensive plan, well, both of them, I mean,
both
they.
of them,
Well, they
what their arguments were and why they did them that way.
And see, part of the 10 acres, and it's in the land use code, is that of the 10 acres, 30% has to be developable property, because you have cliffs and hillsides.
And hillsides and, yeah.
And so then it describes developable property is less than 30-degree angle.
30 degrees.
In other words, they don't want you to take 5 acres of a cliff and build on 200 square feet at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Well,
I mean, why would that matter?
I think would assume it goes back to setbacks and room for septic systems. But I don't know how many different designs of septic there are and what you do and account for in a full-blown flood. If you've got any kind of leach field and the whole valley floods, it's going downstream.
But at the same instance, the town of Dolores doesn't have, what do they got, a quarter-acre lot? And we're at 10, and then the biggest contamination of our reservoir would be those big old ponds from their sewer system, if those happened to overfill into there. The septic, in my opinion, because they're underground, would actually be less.
Well, and I
So
think.
I would agree with Commissioner Tell. Let's look at this week. We can jot down all of our notes individually, and then we can bring it
Yeah,
back.
Don sent that to us, so I've got that in
Yeah,
an email,
and
so.
there's an item, oh, John's gone. There's an item in here, John
That's how he
Baxter.
ended up writing the letter.
Well, he brought up that one of the Senate bills or the Colorado revised statute no longer exists. So we probably want to take it out of our land use code.
Probably be a good idea. Yeah, we better find out what that one is, yeah.
So, I mean, there's just, only thing I've got is just some minor wording. But, so what it says that the planning commission or the county commissioners can initiate the amendment to the land use code. Any application for the amendment, supplement, change, blah, 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 goes to the planning commission. They review it, they've got 35 days to respond, whether they agree to it, disagree, and suggestions. Then it goes back to the BOCC. Then, I guess to schedule a public hearing.
Yeah.
To review it with the public, takes 15 days public notice. Then you guys can make a decision. But I know prior in '08, that's the only thing in this 2019 proposed amendment to the land use code is stuff from '08.
So,
But they actually did the BOCC hearing, then they did 2 public hearings just to change the word from may to will
So,
in subdivisions. So, I mean,
When was that?
in '08.
So it hasn't been amended.
So, I mean,
It hasn't been amended, that's incorrect,
Since
because
08?
Commissioner Tell and I amended the TDRs in 2000 and,
I said that's laying in this file.
oh,
This
Yeah.
2018 folder that I found
Oh,
in the office.
yeah, and that's not the only thing we've amended, so.
Well, yeah,
you've
you took out the
amended
TDRs. But I think something as big as an impact or a change in the Dolores River Valley, you'd want to start with getting all the entities together, who, what, where, when, why, and then probably public comment, some outreach. Otherwise, you're going to have a city land
Sure.
use code on
No,
on your hands.
I think that's important, is to have that outreach. I think that's critical. But if we don't start the conversation, we just approved it today. It was just approved today. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
So,
No, and that's right, that's what it's all about, the process.
we'll go through the
We need to-
process and
but-
whatever it takes.
We're gonna start the process.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, there will be public comments, we already experienced
yeah.
this.
so you don't want John to start on a letter now, you
Not yet.
want a
Give us
week
a
to
week.
We're gonna wait 1
review.
week, I agree.
Wait 1
We'll
week,
and-
let us read that and get more familiar, and then we can jot down.
Yeah.
But there's all kinds of things, if we're worried about septic systems, why don't we extend the sewer up to the RV park or something? No, I mean, there's.
Well, there are,
Septic systems
there are
have
options.
changed significantly from when this was developed.
Exactly.
They're not even the same.
Well, and now with the engineered septic systems, they have septic systems that don't ever go into your groundwater. I mean,
They're
they
totally
engineer
changed. Their
septic
mound
systems.
system,
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
so,
they all will go into the ground eventually.
but they go in
Well,
clean.
Danny was right,
But they're
I
clean.
planted so many trees up there, you dig down deep enough, you get it, there's only
So
2
you're
foot of
Well,
soil. and
sure,
then you got
sure, you
river
got
rock
the
and
water tables right
Speak
there.
of the
yeah.
devil.
But it gets filtered through all that gravel as it
Correct. And then
as
it's
it
clean.
migrates back out into the river system.
You're right.
Well, we'll have this discussion after John, we've got several things you need to write in this letter. And we'll have a discussion next week.
Now you're scaring him. He's like, oh, no.
No, we're holding off for a week and then we'll.
To make our list that we're gonna send to the
Yeah.
planning commission?
All right,
Wander with us.
are we in agreement, commissioners?
Yes.
All right, we will,
I
do you,
will have mine.
okay. Does anybody want to adjourn this evening meeting?
I say we have lunch and go right into evening. I would move we adjourn.
All right, I'll second that.
Motion is second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.